Hello, hello, hello. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. How are we doing today? It's good to see ya. And my room's like an ice box at the moment. Got my AC on, and sometimes I swear it's too good. It's like hard to find that middle ground, you know what I mean? It's like warm or freezing cold. So we're freezing cold at the minute, but it's nice. It's nice. How are we doing though today, guys? We are finally hopping into chapter 14. The post-Babel state of affairs, the peak beyond peak, hopefully. I'm looking forward to this. It's been a hot minute, man. We've been bouncing around a few games recently. So, do you know what, though? I'm really enjoying where we're at the moment in streaming and the videos as well. You know, we're doing I think we're doing a decent amount of variety on the channel, you know, from straight up videos, reactions, talking about games, different games as well, and streaming different titles also. It's enjoyable. I'm enjoying it at the moment. I'm having a blast streaming, and I've been in that mindset recently where I want to do more content, which is always good when you know, you're making content, right? It sucks when you're in a position when you're like, I don't know if I can be arsed. Where at the moment I'm very much enjoying things. So we're gonna check out chapter 14 today. It's bank holiday in the UK, so we're a little bit later, and I'll probably roll into another stream later on as well. Probably going to play some Honor of Kings, and then I think tomorrow I need to get 1.2 wrapped up in Enfield as well, so I think we're going to do some Enfield tomorrow. I do want to start the Intervallo in Limber's company as well. Probably do some more Arknights. And I don't know if I'm going to end up doing it off stream. NTE, I want to do some more NTE as well, because 1.1 is looking decent, right? So I want to check it out, but I need to get 1.0 finished. But if I can't get it into streams and stuff, I might end up just doing it off stream. We'll see. We'll figure something out. It's at that point again, you know, with gacha games, especially if you like playing, you know, at the minute, I'm playing like 3, really. Limbus, Arknights, and Enfield. And then NT is kind of bouncing around in the background. But it's like you can have periods where there's not much going on, and all of a sudden it all comes at once. We're kind of in that period at the minute. It feels like there's a lot to get through. Plus, I'm trying to play other games as well at the moment. So yeah, it's not always easy finding the time, but you know what? I'm enjoying gaming at the moment, so it's a good thing. It's a good thing. But welcome to the stream, everybody. Hopefully you're doing well. It's good to see ya. How's it going, Flix? Welcome back. Welcome, Tulip. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Yo, Canis, welcome to the stream, man. How's it going? Not Momo. Welcome, Dandy. Welcome to the stream. Let's see what you guys are saying. Yo, Engo, welcome. Yo, Ken. Deadhound, how's it going? Should play Tarkov. Dude, I ain't played Tarkov in ages, man. It's been a while. Not gonna lie, I've been itching to play Arena Breakout. Infinite. I forgot how the fucking name is now. Arena Infinite Breakout, is it now? Fuck knows. The Timu Tarkov. That's all I call it. So yeah, I've been playing some other games off stream as well. Like, obviously, I'm really liking Honor of Kings. I think Honor of Kings is going to be something I'm going to play a bit of when it comes out. It's got decent combat. It's actually got decent action combat. The different, they're called flows. Like, the different, like, sorts of, skill setups, archetypes, if you will. They're actually really kind of cool. So I'm definitely going to play more Honor of Kings. The housing and the farming system in the game as well is actually pretty decent, which is really nice to see. The world's interesting, and apart from, really, the only negative I've got at the minute, the stories, I'm not interested, if I'm honest. I'm not paying attention to the story whatsoever, but it's one of those games. I'm not playing for the story, you know what I mean? But the only real issue at the moment is the performance, but I'm letting it slide because it's an alpha test. I'm hoping that it's going to be fixed on launch, because it's pretty freaking bad sometimes with the hitching and the frame drops and stuff. But other than that, the game's actually a lot better than I thought it was going to be. I really wasn't keeping up with it too much, and I watched a bit of Stix's stream, and I was like, I don't know if it was the class that Stix was using or what Stix was doing, but it didn't look that enjoyable. But then when I played it, I was like, do you know what? Combat's actually kind of good. It's decent, and visually the game's gorgeous. Some of the voice acting here and there's a bit off. I think Abby, the person who plays Abby, is in this as well. But yeah, listening to her to play some of the other characters, not spectacular. There's some sync issues as well. But other than that, I think the game's worth checking out if you like these sort of games. And obviously, it's not a gacha game in the traditional sense. It's got cosmetic gacha, really, kind of like Infinity Nikki's gacha setup. But I don't believe the cosmetic items give you any benefits. Like, I've got a whole... I'm all Disney-fied, you know? I've got my long blonde hair. I've got my fancy dress. It's way too over-designed. Don't get me wrong. Like, way too over-designed for me. But it's all right, man. It's all right. But I like the game. So we're going to be doing more of that. I can play that until the 27th. So we'll play some more today. And then, yeah, we'll bash it today, actually. So we're going to play these, start chapter 14, get into these, play for a couple of hours. And then we're going to do some Honor of Kings later as well. But, yeah. How we doing, chat? How we doing? How's the weekend been going? I'm assuming, I don't know, how many of you guys are off today? Because it's a bank holiday in the UK. So, I don't know. I don't know about you guys either. Perfect bank holiday weather as well. It's like 30, 32 degrees in the UK, which is nice. I like it. AC's on, so it's not hot in my room. It's beautiful outside. But here we are, not touching grass, playing gacha games, you know? Playing gacha games. So we're truly living life, guys. We're truly living life. Warframe story, cough. Ken's on his dailies. Can we do some react slopping and watch some of the vids in the abnormality playlist? The abnormality playlist. What the fuck's the abnormality playlist? I don't know what the abnormality playlist is. What the fuck is that? Am I tripping? You got free today? It's too warm for you. Wish I got another free day. Yeah, bank holiday in the UK, man. Again, like I say, the weather's been lovely over the weekend. Went for a banging meal Saturday. And I had a few beers. I must admit, do you know what? It's mad, isn't it? It's like when you break something for a while and you don't do it. Like, because I went like, what? 5 weeks without having a beer. I had a beer over the weekend. Obviously, nice to have a beer, because, you know, it's nice, but don't miss it. Don't miss it. So I think I'm going to keep up this sugar-free diet for a while. Not be as strict as it was, where it was like literally no processed sugar will pass these lips. But I think, like, throughout the week, unless we're going out to eat or do something, I'm just going to be good. I'm going to have 100% sugar-free juices. I'm going to stick to having my cups of teas with no sugar in. I'm going to stick to eating good. Rosie cooks good food anyway. And then, you know, we decide to go out. Yeah, I think I'm going to stick to it. And I can go back to the gym in 3 days. Oh my God, I'm excited. I'm excited, guys. How's it going as well, Casual? Welcome to the stream. Shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. Appreciate you stopping by. Hopefully you're doing well as well. It's good to see you. I can't overstate how excited I am to get back to the gym now, man. I'm genuinely like a kid in a candy shop. I really am. It's in the long form. What we got here? Doro explaining why and some history. Oh, is this regarding the Genshin issues at the moment? Oh, the lobotomy, abnormalities plus law. Oh yeah, we could check that out, yeah. Let's have a look at this a sec. It's a playlist. How big is this playlist? Holy shit, bro. There's a fucking ton of videos in here. Okay, they're all short forms. Fuck me, man. How many? 75 videos in this playlist, bro. We can check some of them out. I'm down. 75 fucking videos in there. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. You guys do much the weekend? Right, let's get started, man. I need to set up OBS so you guys can see what's crack-a-lacking. Yeah, 75 fucking videos. Bucko over here hitting me with a 75 video playlist. Casually. still need to get round to making my 1.3 video with Enfield as well, actually. Like I said, I think tomorrow's going to be a Enfield Honor of Kings Day, I think, just because Honor of Kings it's going to be the last chance to play it, and I want to get a little bit deeper into it. But I really want to finish up 1.2 in Enfield. I've got a little last bit to do the new area, obviously the base stuff, the factory stuff, should I say, sorry. And yeah, I want to try and clear up all the excess story stuff that we haven't got round to. So I think we'll do that. See how far we get into chapter 14 today, and then we'll do some more chapter 14 this week as well. I do want to start the intervallo. We'll probably be able to do the intervallo with one stream again, yeah. So we can do that, and then maybe it'd be end of the weekend, or next week we start Canto 5 for Limbus Company. But if it's the length of the other intervallo, I think we'll probably be able to get it wrapped up in one stream. I'm thinking, right, because the other one we got it done in one stream. I don't know if it's going to be the same length. You're so ready for CC? Yeah, man. I think this was a decent showcase. I do. You know that obviously I skipped the bits where there's spoilers because I don't like how Hypergryph spoils so much in the streams. I think they go too far personally, and because I didn't watch it live, I watched it after the fact, so I just skipped all that stuff. But apparently we're getting no like main story in this patch, which I'm fine with personally. I've still got some other stuff to do, so I'm cool with that. I'm happy about the characters that are coming. The kits look cool as well. Definitely getting Mifu. Camille looks like he's going to be really versatile as well, which is really good to see. CC coming, awesome, right? CC coming looks awesome. And I think from what we're seeing, I think for the first round, because what we've got to understand is CC's, they're trying something different now, aren't they? I know it's CC, they've done it before, but it's in a different game. So I think we're going to see it evolve over the different CCs quite drastically. And from what I can see, it looks like a decent first attempt for me. You know, getting that other game mode as well. I think there's a lot of good stuff in this patch, personally. And I think it's kind of the patch that we've needed, because everybody's been bitching about repeatable content or extra combat content and endgame content. And now we're getting that. And it seems like everybody's like, oh, well, it's gacha, though. You can't please everybody, right? They ask for one thing, you give them one thing. And I'm like, well, I wanted the other thing that was in the other patch now. I think everybody wants everything all at once, right? But I think it's a pretty good patch. Like I said, I think it was a solid 7 out of 10 for me. There's a lot of good stuff in there. And I suppose with the people who hate the story as well, because there's no addition to the story, there's less to hate, right? You could just enjoy the game, or maybe not, because I think some people just don't like the game, but pretend they do, but then they don't. So yeah, I think it was a good patch personally. I think they're doing a lot of things that we've asked for, which if that's not for you, then I just think the game's not for you, right? At the end of the day, you just don't want to play the game, and that's fine. That's totally fine. But yeah, I think it's given us what we need. New Umbral Monument as well. Extra. I think we get a lot of content that we've been kind of eager for, right? Be interested to see what happens with CC going forward as well, and how well it's implemented. But I like that other mode as well. That other mode looks kind of cool. I'm interested to see what they're going to do with that, actually. That's what you've been doing, Dead-Owned. What, wrapping up like 1.2 and stuff? Don't forget, like, yeah, I'm going to check that out as well, yeah. Just a fluff patch. I'd say it's more than a fluff patch, personally. To me, 3. I think I'd argue it's a little bit more than a fluff patch. I think if you say, well, there's no MSQ edition, and you could argue that it's filler because it's not pushing the story, I suppose I could potentially agree with that. But in terms of content, I think there's a good amount of content in there. You know, just CC alone is going to be enjoyable to test out what they're actually doing in terms of more difficult content. And I think it's definitely going to... CC is definitely going to benefit people who've been doing a bit more horizontal investment in the game, right? So I think, like, you know, your Ember investors are going to be chilling. You know what I mean? People who are obviously got Ardelia set up, going to be chilling. I I think maybe people who've maybe just specifically hyper invested in one team maybe might, hey, you might be fine, right? But I think that they're going to struggle a little bit. So I think it's time for me to actually maybe start building Ember, I think, actually. I'm all good with Ardelia as well. You know, I think probably like Snowshine will probably be a good addition to it as well, right? I think it's going to be great for that horizontal investment to me. This isn't a filler, more a CC patch. Yeah, I think in terms of combat events, I think this is what people have been screaming for, right? Like, if you look at everybody's opinions on the state of the game in 1.2, people were like, story was fine. Story was cinematic, great. Awesome boss, great progression of the story, improvement on 1.1, improvement overall, right? If 1.2 you don't see it as an improvement, then I don't know, because 1.0 for me, you know, it had its weaknesses. A massive improvement in that regard, but it was just lacking, right? It was like, oh, we got a more monument, and that's it, pretty much. But now, that's where everybody, you know, all the videos gone around the state of Enfield. Now it's like, well, we need this and we need that, and they've gone, all right then, here you go. So I think it's exactly what people were asking for, personally. So it's is the stream stuttering a bit, or is it YT? It's YouTube. I've dropped no frames. Solid 4 out of 10 patch. Bro's just rage hating now. In honor of it being streamed on IGN, I'll give it an IGN 7 out of 10. That was like me as well. I didn't even think about that when I said it. That's one thing. I could discount a bunch of points off it, take them away, just for the fact of what they did. For me, it wasn't even that they put it on IGN. That dumbass decision to pretty much move the English stream to JP, because it was still subtitled, and then make people who didn't know that wait till 5 o'clock. Was, like, don't get me wrong, it was good for us, NA, because, like, it's early for you guys usually, right? But it changing the time, so certain regions got to watch it at a certain time, and other regions didn't. If you didn't know about the JP stream, or you had to watch it with somebody translating, it was such a stupid idea. And I'm so happy to see that it got so little views on IGN in comparison. Like, there was more people watching Keo, right, than was watching on IGN, which is good to see. Because, again, for me, it's not, I know why people hate IGN, but it was more the decision to do that. I was just like, who signed that off? Like, who signed that off and thought that was a good idea? So, whatever deal that I had ongoing with IGN, I hope it's over now, because I don't want to see that again. Like, just throw them a bone in the future if you've still got a deal where you give them a character reveal trailer. Like, do that. I think that's a good way to do it, right? That will get views if it's just a video that's exclusively there and it's available maybe on Bilibili as well. That'll bang. But doing what they did with the live stream was so stupid. So stupid. 1.2 didn't improve anything. I think if you genuinely feel like you didn't play, I've got to believe you didn't play it, Ken. If you think 1.2 didn't, honestly, if you're not rage baiting, you're just taking the piss, that's all right. But if you think 1.2 didn't improve anything, I can't believe you played it, because it's just better. It is much better than 1.0, and it's better than 1.1 as well. It's almost might have been better for Griffline to follow Arknights way of pushing out content instead of patch by patch basis, because it's become pretty standard and predictable across the board. It's freaking, they're following like pretty much what all the other big guys do in this space. It's formulaic, innit? You know what I mean? I think it's formulaic, but it's also something that you can kind of set your watch to as well. So it's like, got its pros and cons, right? YouTube garbage keeps stuttering and muted the stream for me. Dude, I don't know what is wrong with YouTube recently. Like, it's telling me there's no issues in... So stream health is excellent. I've dropped not one single frame, and it's still being a bitch. Yeah, I've just gone to my player as well, and it's knocked me off live as well. It'll probably settle. The few times it's done this week, after about 10 minutes, it's settled. So we won't jump into into stuff straight away. We'll just yap for a few minutes and let it settle. Cowboys right to game for nobody, just mainstream slot now, and they're tripling down with every patch. I just disagree. It's definitely for me. Enfield is definitely for me. All this time people bitching on Taiwan to be proven he's right. I just don't think he was. I don't think the game's going down the slippery slope that he discussed personally. I understood a lot of his premises. I think people who come from Arknights, I think they just expected, like, the devs told us it wasn't going to be that, right? The devs told us it wasn't going to be that, and then people were like surprised when it wasn't that, and it was like, well, they told us exactly what it was going to be in those interviews prior to launch, right? I think Enfield's in a great state. I think it is. Personally, for me, when it comes to my action RPG experiences at the minute, it's my favorite one. I think it's better than WoW. I think it's better than Genshin. I think it's better than CZZ, and I think it's better than Star Rail, even though that's not an action game. It's a turn-based game. But in terms of that sort of stuff, for me, it's better. I do. It's better than whatchamacallit, NTE as well. They're all different, and that doesn't mean it's objectively better. This is personal opinion, right? Okay, I'm not saint. I'm not out here telling you that everything's trash and it's just it's just Enfield. And Enfield's got its shortcomings for sure. Yo, Duck Club, what's up, dude? What you saying, bro? What you saying? What you saying, mate? Welcome to the stream. I'm pretty sure we were used IGN for live stream at one point. I don't know. Did they? I don't know. It's not better, it's just visuals. Nah, I disagree. 1.2 storytelling. Writing. I think the pacing was all much better. The set piece for the Neferif boss fight was not only a visually spectacular thing. I think it was done well, personally. Again, we was talking about this the other day. Some people have this idea that that they know exactly what characters are going to be, what factions are going to be forever. And we was also talking about this the other day, like when we was talking about sometimes not everything has to be like Arknights where it all operates in the grey. I like it. I'm a big fan of Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is slandered sometimes for being simply good versus evil, and it's bad for that. I disagree. I think you can have that stuff work. But then again, we don't even know what certain people are going to become, right? And what motivations were there for certain things as well. I think we're in a fine spot. It's not going to be for everybody's taste, but 1.2 was a drastic improvement. It was an improvement on 1.1, and 1.1 was a definitive improvement on 1.0 as well. I really do. It's all that AI coding on their side. The routine is soothing to me. I think Tobo's mindset was right, but he wanted it to be fixed or change was wrong. I think wanting something to... I don't necessarily think wanting something to change for you personally is wrong, because we all want things for ourselves, right? People will argue it's selfish, but at the end of the day, if you want a game to be something, an experience for yourself, I can understand that from people. I genuinely can. I don't know. I think his premise was based in a reality I could agree with, because I had those same worries, right? But Enfield, for me, all of those worries haven't come true. Do you know what I mean? I'm enjoying the combat. I'm enjoying the game itself. I'm enjoying the story. I am enjoying the story. It's not Shakespeare, but I'm enjoying it. It's not like Limber's Company and Arknights levels, but it's more than... Not everything has to be. Do you know what I mean? At the end of the day, games are supposed to be fun. Enfield's a fun game for me. It's got good combat events. For the start, we've got to remember we're only 1.2. What we've had so far for me has been good. We've got contingency contract coming, which I'm excited about. I enjoy the characters. I enjoy the kit designs. I enjoy the synergistic ways of team experimentation. I think there's plenty of variety and versatility in the game, which I think it does a better job than, say, something like Wuthering Waves in that regard. But for me personally, I like experimenting and switching characters in and out. It is actually a fun thing to do in Enfield for me. It's got the typical slop events. I admit that. I don't think the blueprints was massively detrimental to the factory, because people who still don't like the factory stress every single update about, oh shit, more factory. So I don't think it's diluted the factory, if anything. I do believe, as Super said, having the blueprints leads them into leaning more into the factory, because then the people who just get filtered by it can just use blueprints. So I think worries around like the dodge and the blueprint for me, I don't think they were actually validated personally. I don't think they've come to pass, if you ask me. And just like some of the contracts that are in CC as well, you can have that sort of experience if you want it, right? But I bet you'll see there'll be a lot of people who'll hate having the contract and not being able to dodge in CC. So it's an interesting thing. I do agree the sentiment of trying to make a game for everybody. You can end up making a title for nobody. But I don't think Enfield is a game for everybody. I honestly don't think it is. Because if it was, it wouldn't be getting so much hate, right? It wouldn't be getting so much hate. It would have blew up like Genshin, but it hasn't, because I think it's got plenty of filters that do filter out people who want the game for everybody. So I don't know if that's necessarily come to fruition for me personally, but I agree. I do agree in, like, I was totally understanding exactly where he's coming from with a lot of his stuff, right? I think it's just I think it was his conviction in this is what's gonna happen. You know, it was definitive, right? Instead of more of and I don't think he was trying to say things as a fact, but I think it was a bit more too definitive for me sometimes. Like I said, I've got a lot of time for Tolbro, I have. I know some people haven't, and yeah, he says some stuff sometimes it's like hard to be like, how do I defend that, right? But I have got a lot of time for Tolbro. We've spoken in private and stuff, and you know, I genuinely think dude could be a great content creator for whatever space he wants to be in, right? I really do. You Vulpes should get along swimmingly. Me and Vulpes or someone in chat, easy. Just roll tinted glass at this point. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. The chill on my rules for Enfield are true, which is why I'm doing myself a favour and installing for good. Nothing in the game is going to make me come back 1x2 and be my final review. But Pick Super also thinks the game is shit. Bro, honestly, Super could think it's shit. Saint could think it's shit. Fucking Deaddown could think it's shit. I'm just throwing names out now. Fucking Tectone could think it's shit. Every CC could think it's shit, and it will not change my mindset on the game. Do you know what I mean? You know, there's lots of CCs out there that trash Arknights and trash Lobotomy Corp. It doesn't change my viewpoint on the game. I like what I like. I do. I like what I like, and I'll never let a CC change my mind. You know what I mean? Not even Deaddown. You know what I mean? Like, I honestly don't decide. My bad, bro, my bad. Yeah, those guys, you know, Tectone, Saint Tontas, Deadhounds. My bad. You of all best Pixie brings up the same comparisons like Lord of the Rings. Oh, really? Okay, yeah. Yeah, see, like, for me, I've said this before as well, right? And I'm not even arguing that necessarily there is tropes there. The Enfield's like a cliche tropey game, so to speak, but there definitely is there. I've said before, tropes and cliches can be good if they're done good. It's all about the way it's portrayed, right? And so far for me, I've enjoyed my ride with Enfield. I just have. I'm unapologetic about my enjoyment of Enfield. I really am. And as I said, it's proven it's not a game for everybody because there's so much there's people who are hardcore fans of Enfield. There's people who hate it with a passion, and I think there's people who are in between where they see the potential that's not been quite realised yet. You know, I think it's definitely not a game for everybody, because if it was, we wouldn't be having these conversations, probably, would we? And we'd be going the opposite if it was a game that was desperately trying to be for everybody, that nobody liked it, because there are fans of the game, right? There are. I was gonna say, I need to watch Super's video on Enfield. I haven't watched it. Actually. Poor Deadhound, I know, my bad. Right, if OG AK released this year, the game would get doomed. Oh, for real? For real? Well, actually, I don't know. Enfield gets Doom posted the same way NTE gets Doom posted, right? Because the normie gacha crowd discovered it. And I suppose I could argue I'm a normie gacha crowd because I'm new to gacha games compared to most people. I only started playing in like 2023, right? So I've been in this space for 3 years. Gacha's been around for fucking what? Since 2012 or something now, the true gacha games, like the JP gacha games. So I guess I could say I'm a part of that normie crowd. But when I say the normie crowd, I think of the COD gamer, gacha gamers, really. They're Call of Duty dads, right? In the sense that if you just play Genshin, WoW, Star Rail, and maybe Zenless, and then you try these other games, I think that sort of attitude lies in that space, right? You know what I mean? And I think those people would ignore Arknights if it came out now. Do you know what I'm saying? It'd get ignored, same way as Limbus would. Those games don't get hated on because it doesn't appear on their radar. It's like they're like a T-Rex. and games like Arknights and Lobotomy Corp are standing still. Do you know what I mean? So they're just like, they don't even see them. You know, their eyesight's based on movement. You know? And everything else just appears to them and they don't see the other stuff. All best things calling it a potential game is insulting. For me, I don't find it insulting because I don't have an emotional attachment like that. I can genuinely have conversations with people who hate the game, have criticism of the game, and love the game, right? I don't find it insulting because I didn't make it right. I think the terminology "a potential game" is just incorrect. Now, having a game have a potential, that's a different statement. If you say Enfield's a game that has lots of potential, I tend to agree. But if you say it's a potential game, I'm like, well, you're saying it doesn't have the core components of a game. It doesn't have good combat. I disagree. It doesn't have good traversal. I disagree. It doesn't have good visuals. I disagree. It doesn't have a decent story. I think that's something we can definitely argue with. It does have massive pitfalls, right? But it also has really good moments as well, and it's getting better. It doesn't have good music. Disagree. You know what I mean? Like, if you're saying it's a potential game, you're saying, what is it now? And I think, I wouldn't say it's insulting. I just think it's, what's your idea of what a game is, right? What is a game? I disagree with that, you know, because the people who come into the gacha space and be like, hold on a second, you arguing that these are games? You know, there's a lot of people who'd look at it like that, right? I think I wouldn't say it's elitist, but I'd say it's close-minded. Do you know, it's like somebody coming from traditional games, coming into the gacha space and be like, you guys are arguing over what trash is better than the other piece of trash, because that's how people view gacha, right? But we all know that not to be true, because Arknights, Lobotomy Corporation, you know, not Lobotomy Corp, Limber, sorry, freaking Reverse 1999, in my opinion, Enfield, Wuthering Waves, Genshin, you know, Star Rail, H. To me, these are all games that fundamentally have really good gameplay elements to them. Obviously, they're mired in gacha, but yeah, I think the idea that they're potential games is just like, I think it's, I don't think it's insulting, because obviously I don't have that emotional attitude. I wouldn't say it's elitist necessarily. Some people would, and I think it'd be a fair statement to make. I think it's closed-minded, probably. Do you know what I mean? I think it's closed-minded. But at the same time, hey, yo, if that's your opinion, that's your opinion. Don't bother me. Honestly, does not bother me. I respect everybody's opinion, man. Even if I disagree with you. Playing Enfield right now, trying to max all your operators. Pig's calling me a normie. I already limit my gacha only play game, but I have fun. If not, same here. So I stopped playing Wuthering Waves. I went from maining Wua to slowly stopped having fun, right? And obviously I've made videos talking about Wuthering Waves now, because I talk about video games. But you don't find me making multiple videos a week about how shit Wuthering Waves is and how they're fucking up, because I know that at its core, it's got really good stuff about it. It just doesn't fit for me anymore, so I just moved on. You know what I mean? Same with Star Rail. Star Rail was like that. I just moved on, but I don't make content shitting on it, because I don't understand what the point is at that point, right? You know, I ain't saint. I ain't gonna be out here just shitting on every other game because it's my agenda and it gets me clicks. I just ain't gonna do that, because I like gaming too much, man. I can't do that, you know, because I feel like it's so disingenuous, just disingenuous, just to get a few clicks. It's just not worth it for me. If I think a game needs shitting on, I'll shit on it. Yo, what's TMF? What's going on, TMF? What's going on, Lich, as well? It's like how people say something is mid equals bad score, like a 3 out of 10. Well, exactly, yeah. Yeah. Some people say potential game is a bad game. Well, that potential game is a bad game. But, like, I disagree. Like, for me, if we're going to be like, this is semantics, right? If you're saying it's a potential game, to me, you're at the point where you're saying it's like it's an alpha state. I don't think Enfield is in an alpha state, right? I think Enfield's a solid game that you just either don't like or you'd like. Do you know what I mean? I think this idea that I don't like something, so it's a bad game. I just think it's, as I said, closed-minded. It's the same as where people shit on Genshin. Bad game, bad game. You just don't like it. Or actually, I'd argue, it's less that you don't like the game and you hate Hoyoverse. You know what I mean? It's like people might not fuck with visual novels and tower defense games. I did it before and still not like Arknights. Doesn't mean Arknights is a bad game, right? Same with Limbus Company. You know, I've had people come into my comment section saying, you could shit on the bike and you're here playing this fucking PNG piece of shit. It's like, you know, I would say they're being dishonest. Who's that? Sorry, who's being dishonest? Weird how I see Ken being toxic about Enfield all the time. Hypocrisy speaks for itself. You moved on, he's hating Wooer. Right? Yeah. CC-wise, even though I bought heads and picks all the time, it's good to, I have no issues with CCs, maybe a little bit Vulpes, but that's about it. Well, that's it, like, I respect Kent's opinion. I respect his opinion. I know for a fact sometimes he's on a wind-up. I know he is. But I'm fine with that, because, like, I think dude does it in a perfectly respectful way, right? He shits on the game. But I'm the type of person that's like, I'm an adult, right? And I'm not saying if you get annoyed by that, you're not an adult. I love gaming, but I love gaming. I don't overly attach myself to the way a game's viewed, right? The perception of a game. If somebody wants to shit on it, that's fine. I think the only person who would genuinely take umbrage with is Saint, but it's not because Saint's shitting on the game, so to speak. It's more just because it's Saint, right? It's Saint. That's it. Dude's a fucking dickhead, so it's like, alright, yeah, I take issue with what you're saying, but it's not even because, like, I'm defending the game. It's more just like, I want to shit on you. You know? Let me shit on someone who updated me in video drivers and suddenly Enfield doesn't work. What? What's happening? An AK stream in this economy, old ass, what's up? I do stand for the belief that it's a terrible Arknights game, so hey, and you're entitled to that opinion, right? And I don't think that opinion is invalid. I honestly don't. I disagree with you, but I don't think that opinion's invalid at all. I think that's a fair opinion. That's how we should. That's how I like my community to be, anyway. I want us to be able to have disagreements and also have a laugh about it after the fact as well, right? That's how it should be. I say people who dislike Genshin have some sort of flanderized version of it in their head from when they played it. Like, yeah, like, whenever I hear people really, like, having an issue with Genshin, like, most of the time what I hear is somebody, they used to play and they had a blast with it, but now they hate it because fuck Hoyo and the game's not generous enough. Personally, that's not enough reason to shit on a game for me. Because of course, generosity and balance around gacha is important in a gacha game. It is. To deny it's not, it's silly. But at the same time, if it's not inherently destroying my enjoyment, I don't care. You know what I mean? I honestly don't care. There's plenty of games that throw pulls at your left, right, and center and suck balls, man. So yeah, like whenever I really hear people being critical, and this is not all people, right? So I think some people have genuine fair criticisms of Genshin, just like people have genuine fair criticisms of Enfield and Wua and NTE and all of the games. That no game's perfect, right? And they all have fair game to be like, hold on, that's not a great decision, and this change isn't the best change and stuff like that. But when I hear a lot of stuff with Genshin, it tends to fall into the Hoyo bad game bad category. That's not everybody as well. I just want to state that, right? I just want to. Oh, okay, kneecap, yeah. I just want to say that, like, there's plenty of reasons to not like Genshin, right? Just like there's plenty of reasons not to like any game, and the game can be, in your eyes, a 10 out of 10. But there's plenty of reasons for somebody not to like it, just because of the genre, just because of the visual style, the gameplay loop, the mechanics, the difficulty, the lack of difficulty, whatever it might be, right? There's always a reason for somebody to not like a game. It's you know, I just don't trust the Saint's opinion to genuine what he actually feels about something. Oh no, it's all agenda, dude. It's all agenda, bro. You see, like when you see somebody talk about like shitting on games because of spending events, and then when a spending event comes out in their game, they argue some mental gymnastics about why it's not so bad, and then because they know that argument sounds stupid, they just go, well, it's this other company's fault, even though the company that they're defending did it before the other company, right? Like, the dude, like, I'm not saying a broken clock can't be right, because it can. But with Saint, it's all agenda-driven. It is all agenda-driven, right? So, like, he will overtly shit on things and then defend it in another game, you know? And nitpick. But it's just his style, right? It's just his style. Like, doesn't take away from the fact that he's a massive wanker, because he is, right? For me, like, he's a wanker. It's the other stuff that made him a big wanker, right? The stuff outside of gaming, the insinuations about people and stuff. Yeah, you know, you can't believe a word that comes out of that dude's mouth. You know, this is the guy who tried to tell you that Heroes of History was a good little side game, but then telling you things like NTE and Enfield are just absolute garbage. It's like, alright, okay. That's all you need. That's all I need to see, you know? That's all I need to see, to not listen to somebody. Yeah, I think it's just part of his playing into me. Oh yeah, it is a bit for same for sure. Even though I hated Genshin back then. All past chat yesterday genuinely annoyed the hell out of me, but that's why I dipped. I like Enfield as a game, I dislike Enfield as an Arknights game. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Enfield is perfect fine as an AK game, it just needs to keep building towards the standard we expect. Like, I take no issue with somebody saying, this isn't Arknights to me. And like, people are going to disagree on it, right? Like, some people might be just down. I want another Arknights game. I want an expansion of that storytelling, that way it's written, a visual novel style theme, the gameplay, everything, right? Some people, you know, and I'm not saying you guys are saying that. I know you guys have got different opinions on that, but I'm just, you know, and that's a totally valid opinion to have, to be fair. I mean, you were being annoying, Ken. Oh, you talked to Ken, my bad. I said it's good because it's an AK game, and some saying it's bad because it's an AK game. Yeah, I think, yeah, it's just opinions, innit, at the end of the day. Right? We all have a different perception of things. One thing I do, just flatly disagree with, and this doesn't mean I'm right, is that I think the game's gotten better, and I also think that the idea of it being a potential, obviously wording can be loose sometimes. If people are saying it's a bad game, that's fair. I think the idea of it's potentially a game, I'm like, what does that even mean? I think it's already a pretty good game. It has potential to be better. And I think that's what people are saying, right? But it's just the way, you know, the internet works and people meme on things and stuff, right? But that's the only thing I'm like, well, there's lots of games out there that we all play that I'd argue are probably less of a game, really, than something like Enfield. But anyway, yeah, I appreciate and value all opinions on it, really, to be fair. Honestly, and end of the day, I don't give a fuck what you think, whether you like it or not. I'm joking. Let's have a look what's on the tubes here a second. What's in the sub box? What's in the sub box, guys? Is it's fuck all. It's fuck all. What's in React Smash as well? I'm going to React Smash. Okay, I'm kind of curious about this, because Doro is a Genshin guy, right? Apparently I've started watching this. I remember that. Wait a minute, is he doing the... Oh, who is this video style from now? The Tarkov guy? He does Tarkov videos. Is he doing that style? I'm sure I've seen one of his other videos doing this style. This definitely feels like... I forgot his fucking name now. Shit, man, you guys might remember his name. He does Tarkov videos. This... feels... I quite like this style of videos, actually. Does he pull it off as good? I don't know. I think we had a very high expectation of Enfield because of AK, and it ruined our experience overall. Yeah, I think... I do think that... I think that's valid. I think... whether it's fair or not, I think people had a specific expectation. Now, an expectation of quality is fair, but I think everybody had an individual expectation of what they think a 3D version of Arknights should have been, right? And I think... they were always doomed to fail in that regard, because that's where you could say, well, it was going to please nobody in a sense, because because it's like reading a book, right? That's the fantastic things about books. You visualize everything in your mind's eye, and everybody does it differently. And I think because of the kind of game that Arknights is, everybody's internal visualization of what it would be as a 3D action game would have been drastically different, right? So that's why I think you'll find some people who played Arknights like, yo, this is peak. You know, I'm getting to see like all the shit I wanted to see in Arknights imagined in 3D, and then other people are just like, yo, this is fucking this is slop. You know, I think that was always going to be a thing. Dark Side Rooms just like wrong with tonight vid. Yo, what's up, EVN? Oh, it's Genshin guy. Stepping back from the expectations, CM Phil of the Stone is still a pretty good game. Yeah, I agree. I think if you look at it in a vacuum, like for me, I honestly can see people having issue with it being an Arknights game. But I think if you strip all that back and see it as a good game without the Arknights name, I think it's then unfair to say it's a bad game, right? You just don't think it holds up to the Arknights expectation. I'm not saying you're saying that, but I've seen people say that, you know, and then I'm like, what is it? Is it a bad game or is it a good game? Or is it just that you don't like that it's an Arknights game? It doesn't live up to Arknights? Because that's fair, but it doesn't, by proxy, make it a bad game. It just means that you don't like where Arknights is going, if you will. Do you know what I mean? In terms of direction. Leviticus. Nah, I don't think it was like was it General Sam or something? Is it General Sam? Some shit like that? Is it? Is it General? Yeah, it's General Sam, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it's General Sam, yeah.
The news.
Okay, this is his Fallout stuff, right? I ain't watched his videos properly for a while. Yeah, bro's been doing loads of different stuff, right? You know, like this style of video.
Engine's red. We're gonna have dog food. Big dog, you're all right.
Okay, not really showing off the style here because he's obviously switched it up a little bit. But yeah, it was you know, this sort of the green screened holding the mic stuff, which every video I brought up, he's not doing that now just to fucking show that I'm talking shit. But yeah, I think it was General Sam I was thinking of. Me with OG, aka EF, holy shit, 2 cakes. Yeah, I'm kind of like that. I'm like that at the minute. That's how I'm enjoying my games at the moment. I've got Limbus, I've got AK, and I've got Enfield, and it's like, yo, I'm eating good, right? I've got 2 games that are incredibly fucking dope in their storytelling, great characters, great gameplay, established, right? They've got that established story and world, and it's fucking awesome. And then I've got this fledgling game that's just gorgeous and a cathartic experience for me, and I love the combat and I love the exploration, and it gives me sort of a nostalgic RPG experience almost, and it's like, boom, perfect. And then I could just play other games when I want to then, you know what I mean? All my issues with the game because it's Arknights. That's fair. I honestly think that's fair. It's like your fave IP become a movie by Michael Bay, and the reason you watch this is because it's your fave IP, while the others think it's a movie is great and it will be even better without the IP holding it down. Yeah, I don't think that's fair. But like, I think this is what I'm trying to say. I think if you can sit there and go, all right, let me strip away Arknights IP, let me forget this is Arknights and look at this game as a vacuum, and the game itself, you can say, actually, it's a pretty decent game. I think you have to accept then it's a pretty decent game. Now, that doesn't take away the fact that it is being held back potentially, if that's the way you think about being connected to this world that should have had more justice done for it, shall we say, right? You know, if you can look at it in a vacuum and still see, oh, actually, this is a fine game, I think it's unfair then to say, yeah, it's just trash, because you're taking the baggage of the Arknights IP. Now, that doesn't mean that's a fair thing to have, and you struggle to detach that, because that's of course true, right? It's like, you know, well, I can't even say it's good because that was a shit. I don't know, I'm just thinking like something like Rings of Power. Think of like shows where they're attached to an IP that have bastardized that IP But on their own, maybe you could argue, it's all right. I can't think of any off the top of my head because most modern shit like that is trash, actually. But you know what I mean? You know, I think if you can shave off the IP attachment, and you go, well, that's an all right game. I think you have to accept then to say it's a potential game. It's a bit unfair. It's your attachment to the IP that it's connected to just makes you dislike where it's going, right? I think that's a fair thing to. And if you can't separate it, no, that's fair as well. You know, it's hard, right? It's hard to compartmentalize things all the time. We don't necessarily work like that as human beings, do we? We can't separate the attachment that something had to something else. It's not. We don't work like that, where you can just go, yeah, I don't even treat this as Star Trek. It's just new sci-fi, right? It's a unfair example, though, because new Star Trek's just objectively garbage, even if it wasn't attached to the Star Trek IP. I'm just trying to think of what new shows are connected to awesome IPs that, if it wasn't connected to that name, you could argue that it's a semi-decent program, but it's just a really poor version of that other thing. I can't even think, because most of that stuff is just actually shit. Halo was wank. Rings of Power was wank, even if you strip away Lord of the Rings. Star Trek's wank, even if you strip away the Star Trek. What? The Netflix Witcher. Certain episodes, yeah, maybe. It was kind of wank, and it was more the writing and the quirkiness of it, which really doesn't like. Don't get me wrong, there's quirky stuff in The Witcher, but it didn't fit the tone at all. But maybe if you just go, all right, it's The Watcher. It's nothing to do with The Witcher. It's just some dude, Gary, traveling around with his maybe parts, because there was all right parts of The Witcher, but nah, I don't think it was great either. Fallout, yeah. I think, like, for me, even though it's doing things differently, I still like Fallout, and I like it within the universe. Honestly, I agree that it's got its issues, but yeah, I think that's a good one. I think that's a good one, actually, because I like the Fallout TV series. There is stuff where I'm like, why did we do that? Why did we do that? There's no need for that. Yeah, that's probably a better example. But also, I'll admit, I'm happy to kind of enjoy Fallout within the Fallout universe. But I think that's I think that's probably that's a fair one. That's a fair one, to be fair. Will my recommend play? Which one was it? Engai, which one? Non-Witcher fans liked it, while Witcher fans hated it. Yeah, I suppose that's a show of something that might be all right without. Yeah, maybe. Like, for me, there was parts of it, right? Like, I just love Henry Cavill. I got a man crush on Henry Cavill. I think he's awesome, right? But there was parts of the Witcher TV show where I enjoyed. I was like, okay, I'm enjoying this, and then there was parts where I was like, this isn't The Witcher. But even if I separated that, I'm like, it just wasn't great, right? Like, some poor acting. I think poor casting choices, just poor scenes, poor fucking wardrobe department stuff as well, you know? Yeah, I think you're right. I think a lot of people did enjoy it who'd never interacted with The Witcher, right? So, yeah, it might be a good example as well, right? You recommended like 6 videos. Meanwhile, talking with back is like talking with the wall. Honestly, if Euripathy was still a major issue after LGIK story after 100 years, it would be a proper kick in the teeth. Fallout is wank too, ruin the lore, especially New Vegas. I think it definitely does bastardize some of the lore. But for me, the Fallout TV show, man, it's just I almost see it as like a non-canon show, if that's an oxymoron, right? I know it's an oxymoron, but it feels almost like just a fun play around with the Fallout the Fallout lore. Do you know what I mean? I like the Fallout TV series. I think it's actually good. I hated what they did with the Legion. I hated that. But I also I kind of accept that, like I say, it almost feels like a divergent timeline. I know it's not. Apparently it is all be considered canon, right? Which that sucks, but I can separate that because, as I say, it's not bad. I think as a TV show on its own, I think it's perfectly fine. Where like when I look at stuff like Star Trek and Star Wars, where I'm like, not only did they destroy the lore retroactively even, but they're just shit at the same time. You know what I mean? But I think Fallout's actually kind of decent. I do. I think it's actually kind of decent. So it's a voice for me. I know a lot of people do hate it who like Fallout, and I think it's fair. Yeah, I kind of like it. I kind of like it, man. All right then, guys. Shall we watch these? Because we're gonna be doing Canto. We're gonna do the Intervallo and Canto 5, right? So we've got the Chapter 5 Bon Voyage, and we've got Season 3 Bon Voyage teaser as well. So I thought we'd check these out. Should we check these out, and then we'll maybe watch that Doro video as well, and then we'll get into the game, yeah? Hopefully the stream's settled down as well now. Henry Cavill was the best cast member, PI. He was a favorite Geralt, but he was mostly scriptful with how these dented bastards butchered our national Polish treasure masterpiece of literature. Yeah, I think he deserved more respect, right? As somebody who's read some of the books, I haven't finished them all actually. I was saying to Rose the other night, actually, I want to get back and finish off the Witcher books. It is a bit of an insult to the IP. Again, I think there's too much of a. See, like it works a little bit with Fallout, right? You know, the sillification, if you will, of some stuff. It's annoying, especially like when it's books and video game stuff. They think, well, we can make it a bit silly. When it works in Fallout, because Fallout's got a lot of silly, fucking crazy, kooky shit, right? And I'm not saying there isn't like crazy stuff in The Witcher, but yeah, I agree. I think they yeah. I think it was a shame. It was a shame the way it was treated, right? It was a shame the way it was treated. All right, then these two are good to watch, right? These two are good to watch. Little short ones. So, let me get chat up. Considering we just finished Canto 4, which I must admit, peak. Like, what an awesome Canto. And I love about Limbus Company the human story. It is threaded throughout the game, right? You know, trauma, PTSD, recognizing one's weaknesses, combating the dark side of us, and these tragic, beautiful stories that are wrapped throughout the game. Canto 4 was actually really good. I am genuinely a true fan of Limbus now. I really am enjoying experiencing this world. We just finished Canto 4. We've got the Intervallo to do, and then obviously we're going into Canto 5 after that. So I thought, you know what? Somebody linked these in the Discord. Should we check these out? We've got the Limbus Company PV Chapter 5 Bon Voyage, and then we've got Limbus Company Teaser Season 3 Bon Voyage. So I guess, should we start off with the teaser and then watch the PV then, shall we? And see what this has got to offer, because I am incredibly excited to continue playing Limbus Company at the minute. Like, at the moment, all I care about really diving into is Enfield, AK, and Limbus. And damn, Limbus has been a brilliant experience. Gameplay-wise and story-wise, it's been brilliant. And let's not even get started talking about the music, shall we? But let's check this out then. Season 3, Bon Voyage. Let's go. So I'm assuming, just off the name, right? We're doing Ishmael. Are we doing Ishmael here, guys? Are we diving into a bit more of Ishmael's story here? So I'm interested in this because obviously there's a lot of mystery in the Limbus world. Like, I'm so fascinated about what's going on in the outskirts and beyond, and what the fuck is happening on the lake as well, right? Because I said this the other day when I was playing. I was like, considering we know little about the outskirts and what's outside, why don't they just sail along the coast and figure what the fuck's going on? Be a smart decision, right? But then I'm like, well, actually, there's a lot of horrific things in this world. Maybe there's some pretty horrific stuff in the waters as well, especially considering what Ishmael's character's based on as well, right? So it's like, maybe it's not such a good idea. Is this going to be chat? Is this going to be like a thalassophobia-inducing Canto here? Fuck is that shit, man? Bro, why does this video look so poor, man? What the hell? Bro, what is YouTube doing? Let me just rewind that. Looking at this video in 380 fucking 360p, bro. Trolling me? Are we gonna be having some? Okay, this looks kind of creepy. Is it? We're dealing with some eldritch shit here. Bro, this would be terrifying for me. This would be terrifying for me. Seeing bodies of water at night freak me out. Ooh. Yo, she looks fire. She actually looks kind of fire there. Okay. Alright. It's definitely like, feels like some like, almost, you know, eldritch sort of stuff here as well. What's going on here, man? Like these almost like, shadows of humans, right? Hanging down from the sky. Like, looking at this here, this deck, like, this looks almost like this was set out just to be relaxing on. Not the place to be relaxing on by the looks of it. Again, we've got like these, yeah, these things hanging from the sky again, right? Okay, this, yeah, just the idea of that. Being in pitch black water, knowing the stuff under the surface, and then shining a light onto it. Yeah, not for me. Not for me. Not for me, man. All right, then. Let's check out this one, then. Limbus Company PV Chapter 5, Bon Voyage. Let's have a look, then. I'm excited about Canto 5, man. I really am. What is that there? Hold up a second. I just need to go back to that. Like, what is going on there? Like, different tiles, right? Like, there's something under the water there as well, right? Like tentacles and stuff. There's something under the water. Are we looking at like some sort of giant octopus? Like, what's going on there? Well, let me just go back a few. Like, what is that there? That's just like different bodies of water, right? Right? Like, we look like we've got like a hole where water's just pouring into it. Are these islands out on the water as well? Like, it looks like some parts are a little bit more serene and still. There's tentacles coming out of the water up the top left here as well. We've got this mountain with a bunch of what looks like boats sailing around it also. Okay, I'm interested here. Because, like, is there islands out there as well? I'm really fascinated now about what's going on out there in the lake. Oh, who is this? Oh man, I'm excited. We've got to get Canto 5 started, man. I am really excited about this. Bro. What the fuck? Okay, there's so many images here that I just want to pause on. What? That goes hard. What in the name of Davy Jones's locker? Okay, this looks sick. This actually looks sick. Look at these enemies. Oh, some of the backdrops for these stages look awesome. Look at these fucking egos. They're egos, yeah. Holy shit, the design's peak. Blind him. Oh, Miguel. Miguel is the Black Pearl, right? Kind of, yeah. Damn. Why is Ryoshu so fine, man? She's so fine. Boys, like, I'm not tripping, right? She's so fine. Oh, damn, bro. She got a cigarette the wrong way around there. Damn, this... Not gonna lie. That Ishmael goes hard as well, right? That Ishmael design goes hard, man. 2 seconds, sorry. I've lost chat. Let me get you back, chat. Let me get you back. Apologies. There we go. Oh, she's got a big-ass anchor. Dude, I really like that design. That artwork is so fucking good. I think I'm gonna get the battle pass this week as well. I think I'm gonna get the battle pass this week, chat. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. This has honestly got me really excited because so far what we've seen from the storytelling in this game, it's been awesome, right? It's genuinely been awesome. And the images that we're seeing here, because the reason I'm so excited about this, as I said before, I'm fascinated with, I love two different types of world building. The world building where like history is explained here, right? And you get all the geographical stuff, and I love to learn about that. But I also really am intrigued by the world building of games where a lot of stuff's left to kind of be mysterious and something you have to discover or potentially never discover, right? And I'm really fascinated by what's outside of the city and beyond, like beyond the outskirts and all that sort of stuff. And the lake, how it's had its mentions so far as well, has just left me with this like, what the hell is going on out there? So the fact that we're going to be going to there by the looks of it, looking at all this, we're obviously going there, right? Has got me really excited. And I think as well, Limbus's art style fits perfectly for this Seaborn narrative, you know. And I mean, Seaborn has been on the sea, not the Seaborn. But yeah, like this looks really, really cool, man. Like, what the fuck? Who the fuck is this? I see these two other pirates here as well. Like, are we doing some Pirates of the Caribbean shit? Is that us sailing between two giant fucking iron-hulled ships or something there? Like, this artwork as well looks great. Oh, is Karen going to be driving the boat, is she? Is Karen going to be driving the boat? Are we going to be, instead of the fucking, traditional mode of transport, we're going to be out on the sea, Limbus themed, yeah? Limbus themed. Okay, I'm excited about these. I want to learn more about the lake, so I can't wait. Yeah, so we're gonna hit the intervallo maybe Wednesday. Like, if I don't upload this as a video, I might be already starting it, I don't know, but maybe Wednesday, and then I can't wait to start chapter 5. I'm thinking we'll probably get the intervallo done in one stream, maybe. The other one we did in a stream, I don't know if this one's going to be longer or what, I'm not too sure, but I am very excited for Canto 5. I can't wait now. That's actually made me really excited. I'm looking forward to it, chat. I'm looking forward to it. Check Smash. Already detected. Right? Bro was farming aura there. Canto 4 Intervallo trailer. Ooh, we got an Intervallo trailer as well. Alright, let's do it. Alright, I'll bite then. Alright then, consider we just checked out Canto 5. Let's check out the Intervallo trailer as well then, shall we? Alright, I'm here for it. I really did like Hell's Chicken as well. It was good, man. It was fun. Do all the Intervallos take that sort of similar theme? As a bit of a palate cleanser, or... The Magic Hell Bus. Okay, this is definitely a switch up on the vibe again, right? We're at the beach, are we? Bro, is Yi Sang playing beach volleyball? Okay. Okay, that change there looked like we're going from a nice beach to Blackpool Beach. Looks like we're at Blackpool now.
이제 돌아가서 밀린 작업이나 마저 해야겠어요.
날씨는 좀 산산해도 할 만할 것 같은데.
Is that, if I remember correctly, is that the Ishmael that caused all of the drama, so to speak? Is that particular Ishmael? Because that was what caused the Limbus drama arc, right? If I remember correctly.
연장 챙기죠.
Yeah. We're on Blackpool Beach. We're on Blackpool Beach here, guys. What the fuck is that? Oh, is this the one you was on about, Ken?
자, 변신 완료. 만선이에요.
Okay. Okay, I'm looking forward to checking this out as well. I did like that about the first intervalo. It's definitely a vibe switch up, right? Okay. All right. I can't wait. I can't wait, man. I'm looking forward to get back on Limbus at the moment. It's a fucking good game, right? It's a good game, man. Okay. All right. I'm ready. My body is ready, chat. My body is ready. All right, so we got some of these abnormalities to check out as well. It's like video's 35 minutes. So do we maybe skip this one? Goomail, that is the Ishmael. The Ishmael, what's going on, Grace? Welcome to the stream. Open can of well cheers. 2 seconds here, guys. Let me just check my emails a second. The fuck is that? Okay, I feel like this is gotta be a scam email. What's AHA creator? The fuck is that? You no longer wish to receive future partnership emails. Simply reply with stop and we'll permanently remove you from the future outreach. Please note that blocking this email only blocks this specific address. I ain't blocked your emails. No, I don't think you've ever reached out to me. What the fuck you want about? The fuck is AHA creator? The fuck is that? What is AHA creator? The AI platform every content creator needs. Do I? I don't think I do.
One thing I've realized after creating content for a while is that views don't really equal money. A lot of people think that once you start getting followers and engagement, income just comes automatically. But in reality, you can have thousands of followers and still not make anything. And I think most creators hit this phase at some point. For me, the biggest challenge wasn't content creation, it was figuring out how to actually connect with brands. I tried pretty much everything that most creators try in the beginning.
Okay, what is it, like an AI marketing agency, is it then or something?
Sending emails, reaching out in DMs, even preparing proper pitches and sending them to different companies. And honestly, most of the time, nothing happened.
Bro, I don't reply to 99% of the sponsorship emails I get. I usually check the DKAM lines or whatever it is. Half the time, they do a bad job of covering up their fake header and stuff, right? But yeah, even the legit ones, dude, I barely respond to them.
No replies, no feedback, just silence. I also looked into agencies, but a lot of them prefer...
Yeah, all right. Is it a paid platform? No, it's free. 117 views. Well, that really worked out for getting paid. Yeah, nah. If it's any sort of, hey, look, we're gonna help you grow, it's like, fuck off. It's fuck off. You know, right? I remember the days of partnership networks when, like, you know, before you could just go through the YouTube partnership and you had to be like in with somebody like Maker Studios or fucking I don't know. Think of all the different fucking partnerships that they had back in the day. But yeah, nah, you're all right, mate. You're all right, mate. I don't care about that. Look at my emails, all. Kabamink has accepted your review request. Oh, okay. Wilder Rings. I got what game that is. Did I try and get a key for that? What's Wilder Rings?
Hey everyone, Wander here. I'm not like too wild about it currently. I can kind of, but not really. As I am, but mechanically.
Okay. Alright, looks alright. Yeah, fuck that other thing though. I fucking responded to that. You're mad. Is the goat she been on some nasty pulls today? I don't think so. I don't think so, to be fair. I don't think so. Please reply so we know the email's active. Basically. That's their way of saying, you know, don't block the email because we'll just spam you anyway. We've got your email address. It's like, okay. No thanks. Like, the reason I get so many at the minute, like, I get them all the time, but recently they've gone up a bit because Car Gurus got hacked at the start of the year. And obviously, I've been looking for a new car recently, and I was on Car Gurus, and like my email got leaked on there, like, because I checked on Have I Been Pwned, and it was on there, like, which, to be fair, on that one particular email, in how long I've had that email and how active it's been, it's only been involved in 2 data leaks, and one was Car Guru, so that, like, has obviously led to an uptick of phishing emails recently, like, because obviously they just get your email right, and then they're like, right, ping a bunch of emails to them. So, yeah. Man, Loot Bar have been reaching out to me that much. They actually went through YouTube now, because there's a system on YouTube, like a partnership collaboration system. They actually reached out to me through that now. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. They are desperately trying to take up on the LD shop situation, right, to benefit from me. You know. Machinima, yeah, that's it. Machinima. Yeah, Machinima was one. Machinima was like the big one, right? People made good money back in the Machinima days, though. That's when YouTube ad revenue was fucking insane, right? Like the YouTube ad revenue from around 2009 to 2012 was stupid. Like the amount of money you'd make off in comparison today, like. That's why some of the OG YouTubers are fucking rich as fuck, right? Because, you know, getting 100,000 views on a video back then was insane. Yeah. Machinima went down the pan, didn't you? All right, then. Check out a couple of these, then, shall we? We'll look at a couple of them. I ain't watching fucking 75 videos. We'll check out a couple of them, and then we'll jump into the game, man, because it's 20 to 2 now. It's 20 to 2 now. All right, then. Let's check it out. LobCorp and abnormalities. So was you guys saying that some of these... Do we see some of this stuff in Limbus? Do we actually see some of this stuff in Limbus? Do we see some of it in the form of potential egos and stuff as well? Along with maybe enemies also. I'd be interested to know. I don't actually know. But, all right then, what we got here? Lobotomy Corp and abnormalities. 1 sin and 100 of good deeds. All right. Okay.
Corporation.
Some of them, yes. Yes, and yes.
And I'd like to introduce you to the very first of the abnormalities that you will ever see.
Okay, so this is the very first one you see.
I wanted to try this, and you'll have to let me know if you'd like to see more of each of the abnormalities. We're gonna just go through each one specifically. It'll just be a short video on each one.
You can find Ken in there.
Giving the story, the overall rundown, and examples of what they may do. So we basically send somebody in on any of those things, insight, and it proceeds to give us different things. Maybe it's best to send an honest employee to 10 to 1 of 100 sins. 1 sin and 100 good deeds gently floats in the air. 1 sin and 100 good deeds has no eyes, but it recognizes the presence in the room. Who filled the trigger? Reaction. It's possible just for one wants to forgive an act of evil as long as his intention
Does his countdown to it getting out or something?
And then the story. Story of 1 sin and 100 good deeds. A silent abnormality that understands the conflict between good and evil. Its empty eye sockets stare at those who encounter it. A giant skull is attached.
Was he just bro reading the fucking bio?
Thorns. It floats about 2 meters above the ground. While its appearance is bizarre, incidents of violence against employees by it has rarely been recorded. It feeds on evil.
Is he a pretty chill guy? Is he a pretty chill guy then?
It surfaces during conversations between people. The inside employee must confess their sins to it. Its feeding mechanism is still unknown. Experiment log X2321. The sins have been cataloged into 3 levels. Level 1, a small lie or action that either goes unnoticed or can be shared in jest. Level 2, sins that are more serious and only shared to the closest of friends. Level 3, sins go so
okay, well, so did you just spill the tea? You just spill the tea to him, and bro decides what level of drama you're hitting it up with, right? Is that what you do?
That they cannot be shared.
Funny, fair. That's the only place you get the love for 90% of the abnormalities. There might be something that I can I can watch off stream
To
actually.
confess to level 1 sins.
I do like a bit of
Energy
lore.
reduction has been increased by 12%. Redacted has been assigned to confess level 2 sins. Energy production has been increased by 15%.
He sounds good.
Redacted has been assigned to confess level 3
I got
sins.
myself some
1 minute and 48 seconds after the
smooth
employee was sent in. A bright flash of light was seen.
orange
Light was so bright
with
that it
no
was
bits.
seen
100%
even
pure
outside
juice.
the containment unit. Immediately following the light, there was a company-wide power outage. This phenomena lasted for 2 hours. Redacted lost 6 years of their memory. The experiment was cancelled following the
Guys, I've got a
incident.
very entertaining voice.
Level of mental corruption of all employees in the department was greatly decreased. Ethics decree.
He's
that
taking
all
a very
footage of
relaxed
those who
approach to it,
participated in the
right?
experiment were to be kept sealed. But the incident left us no choice but to review the footage in the containment unit. Redacted. This happened during Redacted.
Oh, these have
at
got
around 4
fucking
p.m.
shit ton of
By the
views.
way,
Holy
will
shit,
this really
bro.
work? Anyways, there was a railway about 20 minutes from my house. Some of my good friends and I
170,000
decided to take
views?
ourselves dressed as forest animals. One of us decided to
No,
dress
some are
as a deer.
fruits.
It was a
No,
crude costume. One that could barely be
good?
called a
Might
costume,
have to try that
be
then.
honest. It was just a pair of clumsily made antlers and a dark outfit, with some deer-like spots on it. Anyways,
Damn, this is
I
easy
don't know
content,
how a
right?
deer
Just
friend
read
wandered
fucking
into the woods.
a bit of the lore straight
We
out the
didn't
game
even
back then and
realize he
get
was
fucking
missing for
170,000
maybe
views.
An hour. We
How many
looked
views the other
for
shit
him
got?
and finally found him in some bushes. We called out his name, and I'm not sure if it was from relief or finally finding us. To Lobotomy Corp. Or for
Jesus.
What, or for what? He started sprinting towards us, and that's when we heard it. The gunshots. Bang, bang, bang. We
Well, that
didn't
one
know
didn't do
where it
us
came
good.
from. But when it came
Still.
to my senses, I saw the blood splattered all the way. Welcome back to Lobotomy. After that, not
Easy
one of us
money.
dressed up as an animal
Easy
ever.
money, man. Easy money
Observation
right
log,
there.
number 4_4.
Yeah, pretty much, Felix. It's what I do.
Its
It's
eyes
what
are
it's what I do, man. That's what I
It
do
is
with
a
like
skull
Warhammer
eye.
40k stuff. I
Right
do.
out, it's blind.
I'll put like
I feel its
like
gaze
Lubertin
on
on
me
or
as
something,
listening,
or
confessing
I watch a lot of
to
what is
it
it, Arch?
lightens my
He
heart.
does more the
Afterwards,
standard
we
Warhammer than
investigated
Warhammer
incidents during the
40k,
period
and
of
I'll just
employees'
put that on.
hometown
And
to get a better
I'll
picture.
just fall asleep
We
to it. They'll be
learned that a boy
like
named
sometimes
Justin was shot and
hour-long
killed in a
videos,
deer
2 hours
hunting
long, and it'll be
deer hunting
it'll be good.
season.
The Bottomy Corp was
Unlike
booming back in the
employee's
day.
confession,
Seems
Justin
so
was
right.
repeatedly
Seems so.
bullied
People
by
are
the
definitely
other
interested in
kids.
this sort of
And
stuff.
witnesses said they heard the kids shout, "Run, Justin, run!" Right
Good
before the
background noise,
gunshot.
yeah.
After the
Ah,
incident,
Lubertin's
the kids
fucking
of the scene moved
brilliant,
out of
man.
town, and the deer hunting was banned in the area. So as far as this abnormality
Not so much for
goes,
active
though,
watching, yeah.
you have your list of different things right here on what it prefers, and
Oh, I
the lower
might
level
watch some of
insight,
this.
the better you
Might watch
get.
some of this off stream actually.
Attachment.
I don't know
is
if
the
this
best
is
one
great
around
React
all.
content now.
And then
But I appreciate this link because
the
I'm
higher up you
interested
go,
in
the
this
lower
stuff
chance
in
you have on these ones.
Limbus as well in the world.
It
Like
gives
this
you
stuff
a
does
white
seem
weapon
interesting.
that proceeds to give some mind back when you hurt your own people with it. And
The Little Prince.
welcome back to Lobotomy Corporation.
Oh shit.
I'm Grillmaster, and today we have the Little Prince. It appears to be a
It feels like you could almost
Welcome.
do. And today's your daily dose of the internet or whatever it is. Okay, I'm intrigued in those. I'm intrigued in those. Some of fruit tastes like berry soleros. It's heaven. Well, that sounds good. We'll have a look at this maybe a little bit later. Maybe the Fangy being the Mifu being a Wendigo, right? They're talking for being a Wendigo. What's this about? Silver Palace.
So it's come to my attention that
Was this from Vulpes? What's this about? This change to Silver Palace's combat would be wasted potential. What change? What's been changed? I think you got the ASMR route with LobCorp. I would be hearing you. Yeah, I think there's lots of potential in that sort of content, right? I love listening to that sort of stuff. For Scorch Girl and Can of Welch's, I was appeared in the game already. Common Ken stacking these days. To be fair, he has posted quite a few W's when it comes to like React, so I got to give him credit there. Yeah, L Ken, I'll get on board with that. Should we watch this? Should we watch this, chat? I'm kind of curious because I am looking forward to Silver Palace now, actually. And personally, I think the combat needed a bit of work. But I also liked it more than I thought I was going to. It's a rotation game, right? You've got multiple characters, one on field, you switch out, right? You get the idea. But it felt a lot more brawler beat 'em up to me, at least in terms of in terms of how it felt, and I was a lot more warm towards it. Needs work. It feels like a very much work in progress, right? It was a little bit rough around the edges, so to say, or so to speak, should I say? But pleasantly surprised. I must admit, I was pleasantly surprised overall with Silver Palace. Like, this was a game that when it first showed off, it was like, okay, this looks impressive, but is it gonna live up to this initial showcase? And from what I played, I think it kind of did, personally, and I'm excited about an MC that's not an amnesiac. So, you know what, let's watch this. Let's drop it a preemptive light, man. Let's see what Vulpes has got to say about Silver Palace combat being changed then, because I don't know about this.
So it's come to my attention that the anti-parry bourgeoisie have set their sights on Silver Palace, and it was starting to worry me a little bit about the
The anti-parry bourgeoisie. I do think people instantly see like parry type gameplay, right? They see that parry indicator, oh, slop. It's one of those things, right? I suppose you could look at me the same in terms of when I see rotation gameplay, I ultimately think, oh, not another one. So I can understand some people's worry, right, to be fair.
direction of the game.
It is a game that I have personally played and that I thoroughly enjoyed. It was beautiful. It felt great. It was a little bit too parry, I think, with a very large focus on parrying, but they addressed this and stated
Parry is incredibly powerful, like incredibly powerful.
that they're going to be making significant changes to the game between now and the next test phase and then final release. So I'm very excited for that. You could compare it to Wuthering Waves, but it feels so much more difficult when you factor in the parrying. Not necessarily.
No, I don't. The biggest problem with Silver Palace for me was like some of the enemies you fought were very static. They really didn't do enough, which led to, especially that one fight, you know, the dude with the dogs. That felt like a very stale fight, but that was an enemy issue rather than the core component problem for me. It was just an enemy that kind of didn't do anything, but I'll just like let you beat the shit out of him, really. And then the fight did divulge into big parry window, parry, but that was more, I think it was just a badly designed boss than actually the game itself. All it needs is more aggressive enemies with unparryable attacks, right? That forces you to kind of like, you know, dodge and do other stuff as well, and maybe introducing different skill sets that can like act as a different route, maybe.
In terms of like mechanical challenge, but if you miss a parry, you could just completely screw everything up and die. So if you're not good at parrying, at least right now, you're kind of screwed. But they did also state in their PSA, the dev letter, that they are going to be reworking the combat a little bit with less.
I will say, for me, when it comes to Silver Palace, right, but of course the combat needs to be good. But like for me, I'm more excited about the world and the detective thing. Like, I hope they don't spend too much time on attempting to rework the combat. And not necessarily because, oh, the combat's going to be worse. It's more that I'd rather them focus on building out the detective element of this game. Like, it's what makes this game unique, and they really should lean into it, like, really hard and have, like, multiple layers to solving the crimes and figuring out clues and stuff. Because that, like, bit where you do start to do that, it's like, ooh, okay, this is what's different about this game. And they should really focus on making that part stand out for me. Of course, combat's important as well because, you know, you've got to focus on that sort of stuff in these games because that's like your repeatable content. But I really think they should make sure to go in hard on the detective stuff. It's unique factor.
Focus on parrying. That sounds great to me.
So nothing personal against Styx, obviously. I just have a completely different perspective when it comes to parry combat. And I didn't really know this sentiment was out there until I saw this. So I feel compelled to speak in defense of the parry system. Because if you zoom out, what the parry system actually represents is a risk-reward combat system, which is a very important point, and that will come up again later. But first, if you're anything like me and you were starting to get excited for Silver Palace, then this comment about the devs pledging to make drastic alterations to the combat probably started stressing you out. So first, I want to look at what the devs actually said in their...
Okay, because yeah, I think I agree. After trying the combat, I'm pleasantly surprised. So I don't want to see it become... I think the thing is, it's like I said before, with the parry stuff and rotation stuff, it's the, I guess, the homogenization, right? It's the repeated use of particular things. It's not necessarily that people, I think, are against parry-based combat. I think it's just people are worried about everything becoming a very similar loop of gameplay, maybe. But after playing Silver Palace, I think it felt different enough still could probably go a little bit further, but it was more that it just needed tweaks and tightening up, really. That's what I'm saying, probably tightening up.
Dev communication
And the enemies being more aggressive.
From the start, our vision for Silver Palace has been to offer compelling action combat experience. Hence, we invested plenty of resources and time to create basic motion elements during early development. However, feedback from this test has revealed that actions of a single style limit players' performance. Issues such as insufficient combat depth, limited combo variety, and restrictive dodge mechanics have become apparent. Our next priority is enriching the combat system with diversified designs for core mechanics, combat flow, combo chains, and dodge options, so that players of different playstyles can find their own rhythm in battle. To reduce the
Okay, that seems like a W to me. You might be able to try and look through that and insinuate what that means, but you guys know for me, I like diversification of designs, especially for core combat mechanics. Variety in mechanics, combat flow, combo chains, and dodge options. That's all great. As I says, like, I think that's what they need to have in terms of enemies need to cause you more issues and it not just all be based on the parry. The parry's good, but you want other things as well. You do want things that are potentially unparryable. You know, enemy designs that force you into thinking slightly differently, because then it all just does come down to a muscle memory thing, right? Which for these sort of games can start to become a little bit boring. But yeah, honestly, I think that sounds kind of positive to me.
sense of defeat when getting knocked down by enemies, we designed a powerful life-saving feature for players called parry. However, this has also made combat feel monotonous. We will optimize control inputs and redesign the combat risk and reward model. A diverse selection of combat countermeasures will be added. Parry will still be useful, but using dodge, counters, or skill interruptions will also give very attractive tactical returns.
To me, that kind of sounds fine, personally. Again, I think that's the way to go. I like having strong parries in games, right? You know, when parries really give you like a good potential to break, a good reflection of damage in some games they are, and it was incredibly powerful. Again, it wasn't to me to the point where it made the game feel bad because of it. It's because the enemies really like didn't offer much outside of that. So I think having other things be valuable and the enemies potentially trying to work around your parry is a good thing, because I think I do agree in the risk of it becoming monotonous, right? And becoming repetitive, because every fight would sort of kind of boil down to parry, 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 break the enemy, damage output, back to that kind of rotation in terms of your combat, right? More SP agenda posting. In my opinion, there's way too too many layers in Silver Palace. Take that Rose lady with the snake eyes. Definitely too many layers on her, and would love to remove the dress hiding the treasure.
Combat gameplay will once again be a testing ground of tactical choices, skills, and reflexes. So from reading this, I actually did not get the sense that the devs intended to totally overhaul the combat system, and in fact this did more to reassure me that the parry system I initially liked would get refined to be even better than it was before, rather than removing it or drastically reducing the focus.
To me, it doesn't write as or read as we're gonna nuke the parry. It just means we're gonna add onto the parry. So it's not going to be the only arsenal in your the only weapon in your arsenal. Sorry, where it's like now you're going to have other options, and it reads like the game's going to push you to need to use those other options. That's always good in a game.
Some parrying. It's very reassuring that the devs literally use the term risk-reward model, because that tells us what their core goal is with the combat and what these additional countermeasures they mentioned they're going to add. It seems from their wording here that combat in the CVT was mostly centered around parrying, like that was your main countermeasure option against attacks, meaning it was a way to be both defensive and offensive at the same time. But if you were to use the dodge to iframe through an attack, then there wasn't a follow-up dodge counter like you see in a lot of other games. So what I'm taking away from this wording is that we might see a dodge counter in the next CVT. In addition to that, I'm guessing that the parry will get...
It kind of did feel like that, really. Like dodging felt a lot less, you know, it's like there's no point really. And again, specifically like that enemy who you fought with the dogs. Like that was such a weird fight. That was.
Its
Felt
own
so
dedicated
awkward.
button separate from the dodge, since in CBT1 the parry and dodge were actually attached to the same button, so having them separated would also accomplish this goal they mentioned of creating more diverse combat options and tactical decision making, because at any given moment you'll have a variety of options to choose from with how you want to deal with an attack. So you'll see an attack coming at you and you'll have to decide, do I want to parry, do I want to dodge, etc, etc. And I think that's what's being implied here by optimizing control inputs. What I'm hoping we see is that there will be varying degrees of risk reward to each countermeasure option, and I think the best way to illustrate that is by looking at some examples of other games. So in Elden Ring, when you're faced with an attack, you have several options for how you're going to deal with it. You can run or dodge away to avoid the attack by creating space. This is like a low risk, low reward option, since you're not in a good position to counterattack after the enemy's attack. Depending on the enemy, you can maybe run back in to get some hits, but you lose a lot of time and damage by doing this. However, it is the safest option and the easiest way to avoid damage. You can also make use of the dodge to iframe through the attack and begin the counterattack. So medium risk, medium reward, since iframing through the attack requires less precise timing than parrying, but you are repositioned well after the enemy attack so that you can immediately start attacking during the opening and get your damage in. Or you can parry, which requires you to nail the precise timing, but opens up the enemy to a repost critical attack for big damage. And this is the high risk, high reward.
Pretty much what I'm saying, right? You know, extra options. Extra options is always good in gaming. An over reliance on one particular mechanic can become repetitive and boring, and it really does reduce variety and versatility and overall future character design as well, because it all comes back to this one particular thing, and it you know, so
option, since failing to time the parry correctly guarantees are going to take damage, and the timing required is more precise than a dodge roll. It's also worth mentioning in Elden Ring there's other stuff you can do if you're really experienced, like circle strafing or hit stunning, depending on what your weapon and the enemy is. And this stuff also depends on your build, like you can have a range build or a tank build or something like that changes things up, but this is kind of the general approach to combat. So in their post,
you know what?
the devs mentioned,
I think I'd like to see some of that in some gacha games, because obviously, you know, like in turn-based games, a lot of them have like speed elements to them, right? In terms of where your character's going to be on your active battle timer or whatever it might be to get attacks out first. It would be nice if some of these games weren't afraid to lean into, in action games, gear that's defense gear, right? And has the things that can come in with that. And then gear as well that increases speed, you know, allows you to do those things quicker, gives you better dodge timing, gives you a little bit more faster character movement and stuff, or being a little bit more tanky, but being able to tank those shots. But then, you know, you got to play in a different way of face eating stuff, right? You know, I've got to face eat stuff, go for those defensive moves, get my parries time, because I'm not going to be fucking dodge rolling around and potentially using movement to my advantage. I'd like to see some of the games actually do that. So gear doesn't just have a stat difference. It has a physical gameplay change in terms of the speed of what you can do things and how you play the game. And that would really introduce extra layers of like, you know, build variety in terms of like literal gameplay differences.
Combat feeling monotonous, their desire to create a more diverse selection of combat countermeasures, and a redesign of the combat risk-reward model. And I think there's a bad way and a good way to go about these things. The bad way would be to create these different countermeasure options, but design them all to have the same amount of risk-reward trade-off so that they don't really feel differentiated.
Oh,
and that would involve watering down the parry as well and ruining it so that it's much easier to hit but gives less reward. So in the end, it's like, what's the difference whether I choose to parry or dodge counter or whatever else? Because it's
I think he's spitting, and that's fair. I think you could have different options. There should be different, right? There shouldn't all be a different version of the same thing and have the same risk and reward to them. Yeah, I think he's right there.
Actually, all the same anyway. And this would be
that's how you get real, true, diverse combat, right?
The feedback of people who are not in favor of the parry-heavy combat, because it would end up taking
character
depth
kits, at
away
least.
from the combat. My hope is that the devs do it the good way, and I'm kind of confident they will go this route based on how they worded this post. But that would be that they lean more into having several viable countermeasure options that offer varying degrees of risk-reward based on their difficulty, rather than degrading the parry itself. This is the perfect compromise between the portion of people who enjoy parrying and those who either didn't like the difficulty of it or didn't like that it was mostly the sole countermeasure option you had. And I also think this is just an overall straight up improvement regardless of how you felt about the parry, because it creates that sense of player freedom and decision making where you get to choose how you'll react to every attack. And if the parry remains something that's higher risk, higher reward, then there can also be a higher skill ceiling for those who want to master the parry system. So if they go ahead and separate the parry and dodge,
it's like for me, it doesn't even just, obviously it can add that a higher skill ceiling, but it's just the variety. Again, I'm all about variety, especially in a game that you're potentially going to be playing for years, right? You don't want the only variety to be, oh, this character synergizes slightly different, so it just changes your team roster, but you're playing the game in exactly the same way. It's one of the reasons why I got a little bit bored with Wuthering Waves, right? It feels like you're just doing the same thing, but things look slightly differently, really, you know? Now, I know that's not exactly true. There's some slight tweaks, but they're not big enough for me to feel like I'm doing different things. At least for me, at least with Enfield at the moment, a different team feels dramatically different, and you go about things differently. But I still do think, you know, actual gear that makes you play a character differently, minus their abilities, just in how you mechanically play them, would really introduce that like level of a variance to your gameplay styles as well, which I think could be really interesting to play around with, right? You know, going for that super tanky build or that glass cannon kind of build, right? Where potentially you can eke out more damage quicker, but you are really risking potentially getting a finger up the bum, you know.
Different inputs, then I think this would be the route that satisfies both camps and is just an overall net improvement for everybody. I also have to speak on the overall difficulty of the parry system, because I've seen some chatter as well saying that it's too difficult and too demanding, you know, because people hear that it's a parry heavy game and they instantly think it's going to be like Sekiro or a Souls game where you're having to memorize enemy movesets and attack patterns, and it requires like super precise and sweaty reaction timing, and it's super punishing. But I just don't think Silver Palace,
it didn't feel like that to me. I definitely wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't think it's in that vein of gaming at all, personally.
is going to be like that at all. Like all gacha games, I think it's meant to be more accessible and more broadly.
I saw a little bit of that,
For example, when it
Lefasu.
comes
I haven't
to
watched all of it
memorizing
properly.
Enemy movesets, I mean, that's pretty redundant when every single attack that can be parried has this huge yellow ring indicator on it telling you exactly when to press the button. As for requiring sweaty reaction timing, I also just don't see this to be the case.
I agree.
The precision required seems to be in the same vein.
I didn't get that at all from playing the game. That, oh, this is super sweaty. If anything, I said the same thing. Huge parry windows, and I want stuff that forces me to do other things. I don't want to just be parry, because that gets boring after a while, right? It does. I just got back to the stream and heard finger up the bum. Peak stream.
The perfect dodge and
what I do.
or defensive assist and dodging in ZZZ. Like, it's most likely not touching Sekiro with a 10-foot pole in terms of sweatiness and difficulty. So I really think the difficulty of the
gacha games never will, right? Really, for the most part, there's only a few that are willing to risk that, but big action games that really require people to get invested aren't going to filter them with truly difficult mechanics, right?
Parrying has been overstated a bit, and again, from the wording in this post, they don't even mention difficulty with the parrying. They're more focused on how combat felt monotonous, and that's why they're creating more countermeasure options to create more variance. That's also why you might hear people call Silver Palace the Sekiro of gacha games, because of the way you can parry attacks to build up a stagger bar that sets up a finisher attack. The thing is, in Sekiro, those risk-reward options are even more heavily skewed towards parrying because your dodge doesn't have iframes in the same way it does in other games. Instead, the dash and sprint can be used to reposition, create space, or run away. You're almost never in a good position to get hits in after the enemy attacks if you do this. So that low risk, low reward model from earlier is almost completely gone in Sekiro for bosses or anything above complete fodder enemies, actually. Because even if you can dash back in after running away to get a few hits in, you're not really building up the enemy stagger bar this way. The Sekiro devs literally designed the stance break to kill this style of gameplay because the enemy stagger bar will constantly deplete, and it will deplete more quickly the less they have built up. So if you're just getting a few hits in and running away, then the boss will just regain their stance and you'll never build up to a stagger. The only way to get past this initial hump is by attacking and parrying a lot in quick succession, so you're heavily pushed towards taking attacks head on and getting in the enemy's face, since deflecting is simultaneously defensive and offensive. And also, parries aren't given a yellow ring indicator that let you know exactly when to press the button. It requires a lot of practice and learning the enemy attack patterns and such to pull it off. So I like that some of these...
That's what I'm saying, like, I say, people making those comparisons. I've never played the game, but I know it can be difficult, right? So it's like, it's just not the parry window in that game. He's like telegraphed to fuck, right?
In Silver Palace are reminiscent of mechanics in other games like Sekiro, but in terms of difficulty, I don't think it's coming anywhere close, honestly. I could see it being...
Sekiro, in my opinion, works because it's a finite experience doing... Exactly. That's how I think easy. Live service games genuinely have a different thing that they have to think about, and it's longevity, right? It's the time you're going to be playing that game. There's certain things that you're like, dude, this works. This fucking works, right? But then you extend that. It's like, I think Cookie was right when he was speaking about the slow down time attribute in Enfield, right? How it doesn't have it now. Where for me, there could be characters that introduce that, but like and modes and stuff. But I think he was right in the idea. Now, we don't know because we'd have to see how it would feel, right? But when you extend that over multiple years of multiple farming, does that then start to become a massive detriment to the game itself in terms of, okay, adds a bit of strategy initially, but will it become a burden later on? And I agree with that. Like a more even, not so much restrictive, but a less varied experience over 12 hours can be beautiful, and it can be honed and focused on to be amazing. But then you try and get somebody to do that for 5-6 years, you can start to have a problem then, right? That's where you do need that variety and the options and the different ways of doing things. Otherwise, it is going to become incredibly repetitive, incredibly monotonous, and just unfun after a while.
Pretty challenging if the devs decide to release some ultra hard mode for the hardcore players where they remove the yellow and red flash indicators and tune up enemy stats. But at baseline, I'm almost certain it will still be very accessible to the general gacha player base. Like if you can perfect dodge in Wuwa or ZZZ, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to engage with parrying in Silver Palace. It might be considered by some at the lowest skill levels to be too challenging if it gets to a point where you're actually forced to engage with enemy attacks by parrying and dodging, and you can't just face tank your way through all damage while button mashing through your abilities, which sounds like a harsh way to put it, but not everyone plays games like that or enjoys that. You know, it's a matter of personal preference. And in this case, I think it'd be fair to apply the rule of a game for everyone is a game for no one, because if you water down what makes your game unique and special, then you risk appealing to literally no one at all. If we look at Wuthering Waves as an example, what does Wuwa do better than everybody else? It's probably their utterly insane graphics and combat animations, but it's also not a game that is
graphics. I think Enfield's a better looking game, but in terms of like combat animations, probably. Some people would say it's a little bit too much, but I think I've said this before. Wuthering Waves combat, it's really good, right? I think it's becoming a little bit too team restrictive now and less variable than I would like it to be. But I also do believe it does a really good fucking job at it, right? And that's why, like, you know, you see NTE taking ideas from it as well, not necessarily replicating it, being a bit more of a simple version of a multitude of things. Yeah.
It's fundamentally designed to be difficult, and I'm pretty sure that's by design, because you couldn't have this level of cinematic combat visuals in a hard...
If you mean by graphics, you mean particle effects, and yeah, we've got that Michael Bay source. Yeah, I've said this before, right? And it doesn't... What a pause, by the way. It doesn't mean it's bad. Like, I think NTE has a bit of it as well in certain areas, is that lighting does a lot of heavy lifting, right? But that's Unreal Engine at the end of the day. This is where, like, I have a little bit of a different opinion when it comes to the visual discussion with Wuthering Waves and Enfield. They're both gorgeous games. Like, I'm not saying one looks bad and one looks great, personally. I just think graphical design and fidelity does all the heavy lifting for Enfield, where Wuwa relies a little bit more on lighting. But that's fine, because the lighting can really, really look nice. Sometimes it probably meant, maybe. End of the day, it's a subjective thing as well, right? People are going to have different opinions also. I think, you know, the Kukui combat.
Hardcore challenging game. I mean, Amith has like 4 cutscenes in her kit that give you invulnerability, and all these flashy combos wouldn't work if you had to stop what you were doing every 2 seconds to parry a chain of attacks like you do in Sekiro. So if Wuwa decided to become Sekiro, then they'd end up degrading what they do best and alienate their audience, because these are like mutually exclusive elements of game design. They can't both exist at the same time. But the thing about Silver Palace is that it's nice to have fundamental game design that is capable of incorporating difficulty in the first place in case the devs want to explore that more difficult content. I mean, if you look at most gacha combat, pretty much any attempt at difficulty is undermined by the fact that the game was never designed to be difficult in the first place. When you load into an endgame stage, 95% of the battle was already decided when you were doing your gacha pulls. Like, did you pull the shield character and their teammates? Did you pull their weapons, etc., etc.? If you take a look at the current state of Genshin's combat, which I know it's older, it's a 6-year-old game, etc., etc., it's also got things that it does the best, which is like elemental reaction combat. But listen, I've been full clearing every single endgame stage since I started playing Genshin 6 years ago, and in the past 6 months I can probably count on one hand the amount of times I've had to actually utilize the dodge button to avoid damage. This kind of gameplay is not fundamentally designed with the goal of ever being difficult. That's why it's not a coincidence that after Wuthering Waves launched with a perfect dodge, every single game since then has proceeded to implement a perfect dodge. Because even if your game is still mostly built on rotations, it's a super easy and fun way to add just a dash of reactivity to combat, because you can directly react to enemy attacks.
Well, yeah, even though Enfield's got reactive gameplay, I said I do believe Enfield's a little bit more proactive, where Wibber is definitely more reactive, right? People love that as well.
And you get a very clear, immediate, dopamine-inducing feedback to your reaction.
It's why I'll stand by this. Things like Terraversity and Wiwa suck, right? Suck. Give me more hologram-style content in Wuthering Waves, where you can get murked quickly now. I know the holograms aren't the threat they used to be so much, but some of them are still threatening enemies in the game. I think Wuthering Waves, like, didn't necessarily dilute its gameplay and its combat, as he said. I think it diluted where it should have gone personally. But again, it was never supposed to be that. It's a gacha game, right? They'd definitely rather lean into stat stick endgame than endgame that actually requires you to be genuinely reactive, which is the holograms, right? I so wish that I leaned into adding extra layers to the holograms. I said this back in the day, right? I said, and this is before I even played CC and Arknights, right? Is that it should have almost worked kind of like how that protocol fucking game mode did, that was kind of like contingency contracts, where you finished off the holograms, right? You did the levels, did the difficult stuff, and then it unlocked a new part of the hologram where you could start add additions onto the hologram fight, where you got debuffs, they got buffs, they got more aggressive, it did certain things, certain different resistances were added. You had to do it in a particular kind of way. For me, that would have been a really interesting thing for hologram fights, really taking them to like an extreme version. But like they didn't go down that route, did they? They went down the route of WiiWare and Terraversity, and then just doing events that would pop up here and there as well.
And that's also why the fundamental difficulty of the combat and parry system is even part of the conversation in the first place. It's because mechanics like these open up combat to being more reactive rather than strictly rotational. And this is the other big reason I wanted to speak up in favor of parrying, because I think Silver Palace could fill that niche by having more of an action combat flavor. It's still most likely going to have rotations to some extent, since you'll be controlling one character at a time in a team of 4 and cycling through them. We're all very familiar with that.
It did feel less necessary than I thought it was going to be, because you guys have heard me speaking out about this as well. When we first got to see Silver Palace, right, I said I'm worried about the whole gacha space becoming rotation slot, right? Everything was going to be pretty much the same fucking colour, just a different shade. But as I said, I was pleasantly surprised. So if they do lean into giving us more options that aren't just switch character options, which I'm a little bit worried, that might lean into that, and then I'll be like, it'll be basically parry 2, but it'll be kind of switching into the other unit. I hope that's not the case. I hope they genuinely do give us some versatility to how you approach the game
system in these gachas by now. But what I mean by reactive combat is that there's room for risk-reward decision making that allows for more personalized skill expression other than mashing the keyboard to rotate through abilities
individuality,
in order
right?
to pass some DPS check. And rotational combat can be fine, but those kinds of games already exist. Genshin, Lua, and now NTE are all like that. So it would be really nice if Silver Palace were to fill that empty niche of more reactive combat where fights will ask.
I agree. I think he's spitting facts here. I've been saying this for ages, right? I've had some people react quite negatively when I say rotation slot, as if that means that, games that do that are inherently bad. They're not, but it dilutes the fun of that when everything is that right. You want things to stand out. You want them to do things slightly different. It's like, you could argue, Enfield, you're doing a rotation something, but it just feels differently because everybody's on the field, and you're literally not swapping characters, right? You're introducing skills and synergizing to proc over stuff, which just feels different enough for me. So yeah, I agree with that. I think leaning more into, as I said, the brawler type of combat would be better than just relying on, the rotation fixes all of the issues, right?
You to engage with the enemy by parrying or dodging, in addition to the combos you'll do to do damage.
That's my worry, is that they'll
but rotational
bring
combat
parry
at its
2.0 through
just amounts to you mashing your
switching
keyboard as fast as you can and face tanking all enemy attacks, because you can just swap to a healer and press one button and full heal your whole team. So you're effectively immortal and enemy attacks don't matter. The only challenge, if you can even call it that, is the timer at the top of your screen and the seasonal buffs that shill current banner character. The reason a parry system would throw a wrench into rotational combat and also more nefarious aspects of gacha character kit design is because you'd actually be incentivized to stop what you're doing and hit a parry.
And Field is also a rotation slot, though. As I said, though, I just think it does it. I think it does enough differently that it's just not. It's just not. It's not one person on team jumping into your sub DPS and then bursting into your DPS. It doesn't feel like that. And there's enough variance in team exploration and experimentation for me that it feels different enough. Again, you could argue, you're rotating through your skill sets and stuff to synergize and as I say, proc certain conditions to encourage certain stuff. But it doesn't feel like just, right, 1, 2, 3 burst, 1, 2, 3 burst kind of thing. And with the ability and the variety that you can have in Enfield as well, it really changes up that play, right? Just introducing that one character into the team, you have to think about how you're proccing things totally differently, right? It just it really changes things. Whereas in Wuthering Waves, you just swap out like a DPS for another DPS or an amp for another amp, pretty much. It still kind of plays the same way, just one's more efficient than the other. So that's where like this could do the same sort of thing, right? It's going to have rotation, and you could argue rotation slop. But if they do it right, it doesn't necessarily have to be the same thing. You know what I mean? You also have extremely limited team diversity compared to the beta. I don't know in regards to compared to the beta, but I don't think it is limited personally. Like, I've been playing around with some fun teams recently. Now, of course, if you're like really self-challenging yourself to get the shortest time possible, there's always going to be the most efficient meta, right? But like, we're starting to see some people play around with some cool teams. Like I've been playing around like with switching Arknight out and bringing Tang into my Womp team, trying Rossi in a bunch of different teams, trying Fangi in a bunch of different teams, and it's fun. Now, of course, there's ones that can be a little bit more efficient, ones that can be better for SP regeneration and all that sort of stuff, which allows for a lot more skill usage. But yeah, man, the variety honestly feels like I think there's a lot of team diversity in Enfield. I do personally. I honestly do.
Or on personal skill expression.
And looking at characters like Camille, looking how they're dealing with him, it looks like they're not afraid to throw characters in there that will work across multiple teams, which I am so happy about. That doesn't mean we won't go there, where we'll start to see incredibly limited characters like Wuthering Waves started to introduce. But at the minute, it feels like they're continually throwing characters out there that kind of really play around with a lot of teams, actually.
Weapons to increase your DPS. That's the theory anyway. It doesn't mean that Silver Palace will be like that. It's still a gacha game, obviously, but in Wuthering Waves and now Neverness Avernus, the parry only requires you to deal damage to the enemy inside the window. And it sounds great on paper, and it does feel really satisfying when it lands, but in practice, it doesn't actually ask much of you because you're triggering them passively most of the time, and you're never incentivized to actually halt a rotation to hit one in the event where you're not about to trigger it.
I think that's NTE's weakest part anyways. The combat is very simplistic, isn't it?
Passively. So while I understand where the dev post and this anti-parry perspective is coming from with the over-reliance on parry making combat feel monotonous, from another perspective, the rotational combat we've been accustomed to for years can also start to become monotonous, since it also entails just doing the same thing over and over again, pressing the same buttons in the same order to do DPS and not really engage with the enemy at all. Once you have a character in their team and you know how to play them, it basically just amounts to cycling through the same rotation.
I use Arknights in a couple of my teams, actually. It's just that you have to drop a battle skill, right? Because obviously you have consuming stuff in that. And she still plays really good.
Active combat system where it's built around the incentives to parry or dodge.
Yeah,
or
Levy's a bit of a standalone in that regard, right?
It really feel like a new experience that's either implementing new ideas or building
still
on systems
we've
seen before. One thing I'm still curious about is they use this term skill interruptions as an additional countermeasure they're going to come up with, and this could mean several things. It could be like Arknight's Enfield system where the enemy will get a red ring and you have to hit them specifically with a skill or ultimate to trigger the quote-unquote parry. It could also be referring to traditional hit stunning, where attacks that have more weight behind them.
I'd argue it to be probably something like
you get a combo off or something. Although I'm pretty sure this sort of thing already exists in Silver Palace, so I don't know. Or it could be the WUA and NTE parry, where you just need to deal damage from any source in the window. And I've already spoken about how I don't think that's a good idea, because I think every countermeasure should require an intentional input from the player. Alright, before we wrap this up, I wanted to reiterate that although I shared some clips from Styx at the start of the video, obviously none of this was meant to be confrontational or antagonistic towards that viewpoint or anyone else with that viewpoint.
It's a shame that you have to do this now when you reference talking about a disagreement with another CC, right? Because I know Styx is perfectly capable of understanding that. I know it's more that he's putting this out as a statement to his audience now, because, some people are going along to Styx. Oh, have you heard what Vulpes is saying? Because, God forbid we have disagreements in the big 2026, right, without it being Oh, have you heard? Did you hear what he said about you? You know, and it's because in the gacha space, we've had one particular clown create that environment of comply or we've got issues, right?
It's not like, oh, this guy's trying to ruin my game. You know, it's just a different perspective. And because I feel if you don't speak up with the opposing viewpoint in cases like this, then it can appear that the community is like unanimously against the risk reward combat model. And sometimes gacha devs like to listen a little too hard and overcorrect. But honestly, again, from the actual dev post, it seems like the devs have a pretty solid vision for the combat. And it's probably going to be a lot better for everybody by the next beta. All right, with that being said, thanks for watching. Please remember to rate the video, like and subscribe if you liked it, since it really does help out the channel. And let me know down in the
I mean, this was a good video. I agree with pretty much everything he said in this. I think it's obviously the titles to get you to come through, right? I think additional options to the parry is good, and I agree that everything having a level of risk reward, right? The easier stuff should be. There's less reward to it, right? Your damage windows are less, or you're having to work. You know, you're putting yourself in a position where you can't just reply with big damage, and the stuff that does offer the potential to get you fucking one-bombed is the stuff that should really allow you to come back in hard and hit the enemies hard as well. I agree massively with this. It was a good video, I think. It's a good video. Bullbet's killing it there. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I definitely agree. Yeah, I think Lev, as somebody who doesn't have a right, I think Levy suffers from something that I don't think other units necessarily suffer from, particularly, you know, the variety that you can play around with, like Rossi. Like, man, even my Fangi team, like, I've got a couple of different ones I play around with, like, say, like, you know, I've got my Tang team, with Pearly. Like, I love switching Chen and Enmin into a bunch of my teams as well. I genuinely feel like there's a lot of experimentation that you can do in Enfield. Now, obviously, just like any game, there's some stuff that is just more efficient, right? And that's always going to be the case. It don't matter what game. There's a meta for a reason, right? You know, meta exists and it will always exist. Shit, which one is it? There we go. It will always exist and that'll never go away. Yeah, it's definitely not restrictive. Enfield isn't. Now, who knows? Let's hope they don't go down that route. But they continue to add more characters that like really do right. You know, like fuck. Look at the versatility of like Gibby. You know what I mean? Rossi, Fang Yi. They're for me all units that can be used across a bunch of different teams. Like my electric team changes constantly. Like constantly. It was more interesting about you just like everything with Enfield. Multi-elemental stuff also specific wise that you have an off element for infliction. Well, yeah, exactly, yeah. That gives that you know, need for like maybe having like a physical and like, you know, a physical unit and Perlica, or a heat unit and a physical unit, or yeah. So I like that as well. I like the way the infliction system works in the game, right? Of like you say, having that off element, it makes you mix and match teams rather than having mono element. You can do that, right? Like my electric team for a while was just pure mono element, where now mix things up a little bit, right? It's what I like about it. Rossi's super flexible. Tang is super flexible. Yeah. Forgot about Tang as well. Yeah, Tang can be fun to use in other squads. Okay. Why is Arknights doing this? Oh, I need to change something as well. What do you want me to check it? Should we check that out then? All right, let's check it out. What is it? Has somebody got a link to the? Hold on, let me find it. What was it? I saw a little bit of Kios. I haven't seen. Which one's better? Which one should we watch? I know, right? Yeah. I haven't even started it. Chat's dragging me into the rotation slot. I mean, reaction slot. Blame chat. Blame chat. You got Ken hitting me up with lobotomy corp. Other people hitting me up with watch both. We probably won't do that. Which one would you suggest? Which one should I go for? We'll watch one, so we'll choose one. We'll choose one. I mean, I do think the Dodge complaints also ended up true because the classes are pretty much the same. And they all have no identity. I got to disagree with that. Ken. I got to disagree with that. I would like true, but then again, no. Ember's gonna be a quickest more in-depth overview. Keel's got theme in a demo run. How long are these videos? Okay, so Keel's is what, 6 minutes, I think.
Can they hit you? Then
Let's watch cookies.
guys,
Cookies.
I am so happy to be
Let's see
able
what
to
Cookies
show
got to say. Could have gone on the bike trip. My bad, Flix. My bad, bro. Yeah, you didn't have to not go on the bike trip, man. The VOD's always there, right? I'm sorry. All right, let's check this one out then. So, highest max risk ever. How to get all rewards. Contingency contracted Arknights Enfield. Let's have a look then.
Guys, I am so happy to be able to show you a special sneak peek preview of Contingency Contract arriving at Arknights Enfield. Do you hear that music? The familiar banger tune that you get to hear in the lobby? Because yes, that's right, welcome back, Contingency Contract!
Not takes a golden.
Oh my goodness, so good to see over here, and it's gonna look very familiar to you guys as well, because take a look at this, the Table of Risk. It's the very familiar layout that you see back
cool how
when
they've done with the,
Contingency Contract first started
the UI.
in Arknights. You've
I
got
have been
risk
slacking
1 to
with
risk
reactions, to
3.
be fair.
You have a selection of tables,
It's
and
true.
you can click on all the stuff that you want in order to unlock it. So I'm gonna bring you through what you can expect when it comes to the risk and a little bit about what enemies you are going to face. Now, just to take note, I'm going to cover up the risk that you see over here because I've already tried this myself prior to filming this video. So in order to unlock the risk that you see within this hidden panel, you have to get at least one risk done. So I've already done that, but basically when this first started, there was this tree that I got to see over here, okay? And what I tried to do was I decided to play risk 8 just for the sake of it. And I need to just tell you that even with a level 90 team and with proper full essence completed for all their weapons and also properly built gear, I won't lie, I actually struggled to clear it with the Fang E team. I saw
Okay. Because I actually don't have one single team in this game that is fully built in terms of essence, the best essences, fully artifice gear. I've got like some partial artificing and most of the artificing, on Fang Yi, Rossi. That's it actually. I think my essence on Fang Yi is well on its way there though, and maybe Rossi. But other than that, so I need to get fucking farming, man. I need to get farming, I think.
myself failing not once but twice, and so I caved and only did risk 1, which is using this timer risk. Now, the original stage itself has a time limit of 10 minutes, which is what I expected, that they should allow people to have a lenient amount of time in order to clear the stage. But they did exactly what I asked for, that is to make timer a risk. So as you can see over here, risk 1 says minus 100 seconds, and all the way down to risk 3 is minus 300 seconds, which means it cuts it down from 10 minutes to 5 minutes. This is going to affect how people are going to approach these runs. It is much more likely that players aren't going to be taking this timer risk when trying to achieve the highest possible risk, but it's not going to lower the achievement for people who actually take the timer risk and still try to go as high as possible. Maybe they can't.
Don't like timers, to be honest. I don't either. When it comes to endgame content, I'm not big on timers, but when it comes to this sort of stuff, when it's like a little thing you can throw on to give yourself more difficulty and stuff, obviously if you want to go for the max, you're going to end up having to. But yeah, it's like this is the modular way of CC, right? You know, and of course CC in Enfield is going to be different to CC in Arknights just by the fact that they've had different games, right?
reach the level of a no timer, but still, this is going to be impressive to see. To speak a little bit in Arknights terms, for those of you who don't play Arknights, is fine, but let me speak to my people for a while. It's kind of like how in CC, we typically see squad size limit 7 and deployment limit 5 as the very popular risk. So much more likely that you see people doing higher max risk with deployment limit, but it doesn't mean those who do squad size 7 is all that bad, because that's essentially half your roster wiped out. They can't achieve that highest max risk, but whatever that they're doing over there, still really good to watch. And so I'm very happy that they did exactly what I wanted, that is to have a timer risk. We're gonna see higher max risk with 10-minute runs, and lower max risk, but still cool, the 5-minute runs. Now, once you've cleared risk 1, you will unlock the huge panel of risk from this point all the way down to right over here. There's another panel of risk after this, and that needs you to clear up to a total of risk 10. And look at the sea of choices you have here. I need to remind everyone that this is just a sneak peek preview, so you're not going to see all the risks just yet, but I'm going to show you some of the stuff. And some of these might look familiar to you guys. Like for example, stamina regen down, that's your dodge meter. And if you go all the way down to risk 3...
See, like, this for me, this right here, now obviously it's in this mode, this is perfect for the people who hated the stamina with the dodge, who hated the dodge. It's like, here it is. They're creating content for you. This is what I think the Enfield does good, man. It really offers up content for a variety of people without being content for nobody person. That's why I disagree with that. It's a game for everybody, so it's a game for nobody. I don't think it is a game for everybody personally, because it's obviously not with the way people talk about the game. But like they're adding in the things now that people are saying shouldn't have put that in the game. It's like, well, you can take it out now. So it'll be interesting to see how people engage with this stuff. If they actually, it's what they thought they wanted. You know, because sometimes as gamers, and I've done it myself plenty of times, where I'm like, I think this is what I need in this game. And then you actually get it, and you're like, actually, maybe I thought I wanted that. No, like I say, I think there'll be a lot of people who love this, but I think there's a lot of people who say they'll love this or play this and be like, fuck that. This is ass.
Dodge cannot be performed. We've seen this recently in Unreal Monument stage. And then we have some very fancy...
Tobro mode, right? The Tobro mode, right? Bro should be all over this.
Vulnerability of Art's infliction of the same element can be applied only once to the same enemy every 5 seconds. And it's very cool to see that there is a new indicator to tell you that the enemy cannot receive that status for the time being. So you will see that timer run down in order to indicate to you you shouldn't be wasting your skill if you want to apply another Art's infliction. Really good to see.
It's going to stop the button bashing, right? Going to stop people just mashing through content, this is.
It's going to be testing you guys on not spamming your skills or your combo skills.
Yeah.
And I love that that is happening. And then we take...
This is where I'll get skill checked. This is where I'll get skill checked.
Take a look at something else. Like for example, this one states, whenever an operator casts an ultimate damage dealt by the said operator's subsequent ultimates is reduced by 50%. You go by the higher risk, 100% damage reduction, which essentially means that your second, third ultimates onwards will have no damage.
Like,
However,
there's one for basics as well. Levy's gonna get fucking cooked in this. I was talking about Levy before. Levy's getting cooked in CC, I think.
This is a bit of your test of understanding your operators and reading comprehension, because it doesn't mean every single operators are disabled. Like for example, you have people like Levitate and Yvonne, where their ultimate just gives them a burst state, and all the damage that they're dealing is on their basic attack. So actually they're not affected by this, but there are also a lot of operators
this
that
is the
are
basic
affected,
attack
like,
one though, isn't there?
Like for example, Gilberta and Tang Tang.
Yeah.
But the good thing about them is
get hit well,
maybe you won't get their damage.
It's gonna be really interesting this rule. I can't wait
for
for CC. Like, I'll admit, I'm gonna get battered at the start of this. And I think it's also really gonna make you think about, how he said, the reading comprehension, but understanding exactly what gets procced on skills, what your skills are actually doing, what your combos are actually doing, when to use them, the synergies that are going on with your teams as well, right? You really are going to have to think about what you're doing in this. It's not just going to be throwing my powerful team, let's go, because you're going to have to think about what you're actually attaching there to get it done. I think it's going to be cool, man. I think there's going to be some replayability here, and not so much in the replayability of something like IS, where you can continually do these runs. It's going to be, you're going to get butt fucked if you just try to be stubborn So that's going to add the replayability and changing things up, right? I see this is a react stream now. Yeah, it's dragged into it, innit, man? My bad.
Right, like for example, Tang Tang can still do her time stop, and Gilberta can also still assist by buffing the team in terms of art susceptibility. So this is a bit of your thinking over here. Who gets affected and who might still be useful despite the risk being in play? Now, it's always so exciting to talk about the risk, but actually, how does contingency contract work this time around as compared to, you know, what we see in Arknights? So there is no daily stages, thankfully speaking. This contingency contract will run for the entire duration of the patch for 7 weeks. Now, in the first week when it launch, you will not see every single tag over here. All tags will be unlocked by week 2. Then you can actually take the entire patch duration in order to achieve the risk that you want. When playing these stages, there are.
I think I might need the entire patch. Well, I know I will. This might be the mode where I'm like, you know what? Yeah. So far, every little bit of like Umbral's like not hard, right? But is this going to be the mode where there is going to be bragging rights for people? Because I'm happy to. Do you know what though? I've said this before. I am happy to have content in games that I am incapable of clearing. That I can. It's something I can progress towards. Right? Maybe I don't clear this one, but I come back bigger and better, and I go again. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'll happily take the hit of like, yeah, man, I just couldn't do it, but I'm gonna keep trying. It gives you something to progress towards, right? Because I think that's what we need in these games. Of course, you're gonna have the bragging rights to say, easy, bro, piece of piss for me, fair play. You know, some people are built different for different games, right? But I want that. I'd rather have content that I maybe don't clear sometimes and have to work towards it. It's it's something that gives you that desire to continue playing, right? I'm here for that.
4 waves of enemies. You have to clear all 4 waves under the time limit in order to count it as your best record. And you can see your best record on the bottom left of the screen right over there. If you don't clear it within the time, then it's a failure and you're gonna have to retry. And maybe you might want to reshuffle your risk to something that better suits you. Take note, consumables are not allowed, so no healing items and no buffing items. But you will get
Ardelia is going to be strong as well, right?
Healing orbs to use in between every waves that you clear. So that's going to be beneficial, or do I wonder if there's going to be risk tag that let you not heal? Okay, just a guess. We're not going to talk about that. I will mention the rewards and missions.
Is that fuck? What I could cheese you for Ardelia.
Later in the video, but I'm going to finish off with the table of risk first because that's always more interesting to listen to. So this is a little bit of a hybrid of like your OG CC and current CC that you see in AK, whereby in order to use certain later risks, you need to unlock some prerequisites first. So all the risks that you see on this side, this is still part of panel 2, and in panel 3, again, you need to complete a total risk of 10. So in order to use this risk, you must have chosen one of the 2 risks over here. And then with that, it will unlock everything else that you can.
So what was he? Length of operator combo skill cooldown by 60%, battle skill damage 60%. What was the other one? Operator's damage dealt plus 100% for any damage not dealt by basic attack, battle skill, combo skill, or ultimate damage skill. Damage dealt, not dealt by damage. So that's going to be one that's going to like kind of Levy's going to be struggling there, right? Because they're all buffs basic, right? If I remember. Again, I don't have a soul. Battle skill, combo skill, or ultimate battle skill damage dealt by. Damn.
And then with.
Right, am I doing a reading comprehension thing? Is it plus on that? Hold up, shit.
That you see in AK, whereby in order to use certain later risks, you need to unlock some prerequisites first. So all the risks that you see on this side, this is still part of panel 2, and in panel 3, again, you need to complete a total risk of 10. So in order to use this risk, you must have chosen one of the 2 risks over here.
Fuck YouTube. Trolling me. Was that one, right? Dealt plus 100 ready damage not dealt by. Okay, yeah, so not dealt. Okay.
And then with that, it will unlock everything else that you can continue to add to your.
Peak says a risk that heals enemies when you heal, so no cheesy. Oh, really? Oh, shit, I'm cooked.
A total risk. Okay, pretty cool mechanic. It's gonna be annoying, but you will definitely.
I'll be out here whipping out Ardelia, being like, I got these. Like, bro, Where they're not fucking taking damage? Yo, shit, I am cooked. I am cooked.
Be seeing a lot of people pick this in order to get to the higher levels. In any case though, I will still showcase to you guys some of the interesting stuff that they are doing. Like for instance, if we take a look at these two skills.
Whenever operator casts combo skill, apply 1 stack of cryo infliction to the controlled operator. Effect trigger cooldown for each operator 3 seconds. Whenever operators cast battle skill, apply 1 stack of cryo infliction to the controlled operator. Effect trigger cooldown. And then you just got the other one.
Whenever operator casts battle skill 2, if not 1 time on the higher risk, apply a stack of cryo infliction to the control operator, and the effect trigger cooldown is 3 seconds. The reason why this is important is because if your operator gets a total stack of 4 stacks, which you can actually see in the gameplay itself, that they receive these stacks, once they hit 4, they will be solidified. And that's not good for you, because it means you cannot operate them, they're going to be receiving quite a bit of damage. Very
Especially as well, because there's one that stops you switching characters as well, isn't there?
And it's gonna get worse, because for instance, there is another risk tag that says if an enemy applies cryo infliction to the control operator, it's not gonna be infliction. Boom! Solidification. Very similar to an Umbral Monument again that we just played recently. They were definitely prepping us for this. But there are risk tags that are a little bit interesting because they are a risk, but they also maybe provide a benefit. Like for instance, the one that I've picked to unlock these risks, it states length of operator combo skill cooldown is reduced. So your combo skills can be used a lot more. But the disadvantage is that your battle skill damage is reduced. So combos can be powerful, normal level, but your battle skill will be weaker. So again, advantage and disadvantage. So likewise over here, these 4 tags are super interesting.
So
you have
I
to
guess
select
with someone
one.
like that, really, you know, like Pearly, Chen, maybe Enmin, maybe, because they can really benefit off an easy, quick chain of combos, right? Then like your Fang Yis are gonna suffer, right? Arknight as well, depending on your team. Because like most of the time now, depending on my teams, I kind of ignore a battle skill anyway, and I'm just using a combos and an ult. Yeah, dude, it is gonna. You are gonna sit and take a moment, are you, and be like, "Fuck, shit, what does this actually fucking What does this mean? What are we gonna do here?"
One of them, or don't select them at all, where it states duration of solidification applied to the operators is extended to 15 seconds. That's crazy, straight up. 15 seconds of being ice cold frozen in the stage. However, if you cast a heat type skill, it will dispel the solidification. So this is really interesting because it is a disadvantage, but it also counters the crazy risk that we just talked about earlier. And you don't have to make it just heat. There's the option of making it nature type skills, there's the option of making electric type skills, and there's the option for physical type skills. Only fire is not included because, I mean, that was worsen solidification, right, if you think about it. But very cool to see the kind of strategies that can come across from all the different types of teams in play. It will be a free choice to see how you want to counter the solidification, and it's already nice to see that.
Yeah, this is going to have some cool variety, right? It's going to be difficult, and as I say, I won't be embarrassed to not max clear all this at all. But it's also going to it is going to add some replayability of trying things. Because you're going to need to, right? You are going to need to switch things up here. Try a variety of different things. Potentially, it might even encourage some kind of team selections that really you'd be like, that doesn't make sense because you're kind of missing out on a lot of the synergy there. But because of the contracts you've selected, it kind of, yeah, that synergy is still lacking, but it also avoids some of the pitfalls that are in some of these contract choices. You know what I mean?
Encourage different teams to counter against this very first contingency contract. Now, before I show you the idea of max risk, the thing is, in order to get all the rewards, do I have to, like, click on every single thing? Nope, that's not how it works. So if we go into the missions itself, you can actually see how there is going to be weekly mission and test criteria mission. So the highest risk that they expect all the sort of players to try their best to go up till is risk 20. So you might
this is going to be sick.
For this game, they decided 20 will be.
That's what I'm saying. I think by just adding this into the game and that new other mode that we've got, this is what I say. That stream was a W. Like I honestly, forget the story, forget the world. If you think the combat in this game is fun, right, and you wanted more combats up, this is a massive W. This is a massive W here. We're getting something that's adding so much variety into how you're going to approach the game. And honestly, looking at some of these contracts, some of these looks like it's actually going to be really difficult as well. And I think this is going to be a good, because I'm still like it with this game, right? Because the content that's within Enfield at the minute is easy enough that you're not forced to really learn the nuances of your team synergy and the extra layers to everything, right? Like, you can stroll through a lot of the combat, right? You know, that's in the game at the minute. This is going to force people to actually genuinely start to learn the game. I'm going to learn a lot from this, I am. Because I'm going to have to actually sit down and be like, oh, shit, okay. You know, I'm starting to get it now because I'm forced to get it. You know what I mean? So, I think this is going to be great for the game,
now
Ardu.
for you to
It's going to be great.
this thing called the Vitrified Coin that you can use to buy the shop. And then there's also a weekly mission. Now, as I've stated, this is going to run for the entire patch. So 7 weeks long. In the first week, you won't get all the risk unlocked. But then from week 2, you will get every single risk. And every single week, they will update it with these missions. So if you just click on a certain mission, like this one over here, and you click confirm, they'll automatically select for you the combo of text that you need to do.
Oh, okay.
You clear this, and you can get those 500 Vitrified
cool.
coins. So once you collect all of these coins, you can spend them within the shop. Now, what are the rewards that you can get during this event? Now, I can't show you the specifics of the rewards yet because the early access build might not have the exact numbers, but you will be getting big materials that you can buy, like for instance coolant gels, advanced progression crates, EXP of the higher tier for both weapons and characters, and there will be pools for you to get as well. So oro barrels will be in the shop. You need to note that in the base game,
It's going to be the main thing for somebody. Pulls! Yes! Yes, fuck the mode. I need the pulls.
Arknights, they don't even give any pools, but it's been a consistent trend in Enfield that all the events always come with some form of pools. There won't be all too many, but what do you need to do to get these pools? You just need a mere Risk 5. Risk 5 is going to be doable with any team that you own. If you have some meta general team, you have a mishmash of everything, it's not going to be hard at all. Definitely, everyone's going to be able to get it. Then you can buy those oro barrels along with some of the other big materials as well. If you
I'm
want to mix
excited,
up
man.
all the rewards in
I'm
the shop,
excited.
all you have to do as you solve from the mission is just to get Risk 20. You don't have to go all the way up to the giant risk that people are going to be talking about in the next few days. Those are just for fun.
What
It's
is
for
the
your own
max risk
personal
on this?
achievement. It's for yourself to show off in your account. But rewards only, just Risk 20. Take note, the currency for this particular event will not be transferred to future contingency contract. You are to spend all the Vitrified coins during this period of time. Now, if you do...
There's no carryover! Oh my god, there's no pity carryover, and now I can't carry over my event currency into another event currency. But I know most games don't do that, but this is trash. Enfield trash. Guys, I expect to be able to save my event currency from fucking contingency contract 1 to 6 years later. Like, come on. Hypergryph, what are you doing, bro? Ugh.
Risk 20,
Terrible.
there's still another means for you to get Vitrified coins easily.
52.
And I'm going to show it to you. So, there is also the familiar first clear reward. If you clear a Risk 1 tag, you get 15 coins, Risk 2 30, and Risk 3 45. If you clear a Risk 3 tag for the first time,
2,000
it will automatically give you the
barrels
ones
reward.
that are earlier before. If you're bold, what you could do is to select multiple risks at a time in
I
order to
honestly
try and
don't
get
care
all
about
the
the
first
Oro
clear
barrels,
rewards
personally.
together.
Obviously, it's always nice to get them. This I'm looking forward for the experience. This is for me. Like, I honestly said it before, when it comes to stuff like this, I like that them giving some people stuff for ease because some people are just moaning about it, right? But I think it not being the end goal is better because one, it would dilute the end goal, and two, I just think devs rely too much on, well, it can be shit because we're giving away free pools, right?
At the same time, but if you are unable to do so because you find it difficult, it is perfectly okay for you to remove the text and just do the singular ones that you still haven't gotten it before. That's
That'll
why you
be
can
me.
see all these present boxes. It indicates that there is still a first clear reward. By the way, I'm sure some of you are wondering, will trim medal exist? Because it's
I would
a
imagine so,
familiarity
right?
for contingency contract. Unfortunately, for what I see right now, there is
Oh.
no trimming condition. There is just a condition for the medal, and it states to clear at risk 20, which is the same.
They got to add a trim medal, right? There should be like, I think there should be a couple of different trim medals in this personally, and then like a master one, for doing like max, but for doing particular things. Yeah, this needs trim medals, right? Surely. Like, because trim medals are like what people like for the bragging rights in this game, and this is like the ultimate bragging rights mold, right?
level they expect you to reach to get the maximum Petrified coins. So I don't know if they will eventually add it. I feel like CN community and JP community will be asking for it. If
I think
it
everybody will.
exist.
I think global
But
will as well.
For what it is now, that's what they kind of expect you to do.
Like,
so again,
even if it's something I never achieve, right? I want it to be there. I want it to be there.
Very high, but you'll probably be also asking me, then what is max risk? So I'm going to show you something really interesting under my camera over here, and you can see I've selected a total of risk 25. Again, you don't have to do this, it's for your own personal achievement. If you were to go beyond 25, 26 and above, you'll start seeing a warning that says selected test criteria pose quite a challenge. Please act with prudence. It's already warning you it's gonna get difficult. And if I were to go even higher again,
Game saying you're a
if you
bitch,
go from
so
risk
don't be a
36
bitch.
and up, it will actually say that the selected test criteria pose a real challenge, okay? It's basically telling you, you are going to get messed up. And now you're going to be asking me, how high can this number actually go? And sure, I'm going to show you just how high it can go.
It should go red.
Look at this. It's going to be risk 52. This is the highest risk that this game mode is currently allowing you to do. And I'm just going to...
Is this where Maggie shines, guys? Is this where Maggie shines?
Hatch a little bet right here. I don't think people are going to achieve this. And you might be saying, well, you dare me, I'm going to try to do it. But I'm just telling you that I was already messed up at just lower risk. And if that were the case, I am not ready to see how this is going to happen. It's going to be very fun to see the community all get involved to not exactly to chase this 52, but could we actually do, you know, risk 35,
Maggie the goat.
40, 45? Just
She's
how high
pretty
can we
fucking
go
goated,
all
to be
together
fair.
as a community? I will make more videos about contingency contract because I do think this is such a high impact thing. It's what the game really have needed. And I
Agree.
hope this has been a fun
Agree. Again.
preview for you.
This is exactly what people have been asking for, and the devs have given us. There's no other way to paint this other than a W. No other way to paint it.
You guys to be enjoying. So that's all I'm going to say for this video. See you in my live streams and also future videos. Take care.
All right, man, yo. I think contingency contract is going to be kind of scary. It is actually going to be kind of scary, right? I think we were worried about difficulty, which still might not be on the level of like CC, but I think it is it's gonna offer up some genuine difficulty, man. People are going to get filtered by this, honestly. I just noticed since we don't have a weekly or a barrel game mode, instead they're putting it into the events like that's like 1.6, 1.k kind of like parallel to OGAK with the weekly limit. What's a mass risk in AK normally? I don't know actually. What is it? The clears are going to be amazing. There's going to be some interesting stuff. Some people, this is where people are going to be able to shine in regards to their skill expression, right? Hey, look, you know me. That ain't me. That ain't me. I'll try my best, but that ain't me. That ain't me. Let me just get Arknights booted up and then get game capture sorted. There's no way to make dodge base gacha slot combat that's hard, has to work for mobile. Good futile effort. There's literally the contracts in this remove dodge, remove your SP regeneration as well, right? So I mean your stamina, sorry, as well. So you people who dislike the dodge, contingency contracts will be right up your guys' street, man. I expect top clears with no dodging. When he drops, guys. You meant to people going, I'll try max risk, it shouldn't be too bad. Finally, Arknights. Right. Technical difficulties. Maybe. You know, because fucking, fucking Foxy, whatchamacallit, Google Play Games hates display capture. Hates it with a passion. Like, it's literally not just Arknights. It's Google Play Games. It is actually Google Play Games. Oh, it worked! Oh, praise the machine, chat. Praise the machine. Doesn't mean removing the dodge makes it good. Oh, I'm not saying it does. But a lot of people are arguing that's one of the major problems with the game, right? It would be fine if dodge wasn't a thing. You got that option now. it's going to be a viable gameplay for you.
Greet my roommates and
It's so warm here. I'll hang out over here for a while.
What happens when you don't launch AK in over 2 weeks? I've been playing AK in between streaming. I need to get you added on my friends list, bro. Just so I can send you a fucking one specific clue every fucking day. All my clues will go to you. Specifically.
Hey, gotta go train. See you later.
Praise the Omnis. Yo, what's up, Drakness? You still playing your phone? You know what? Up until recently, like, it started off fucking shit, and it got dramatically better, and then it's got dramatically worse. Like, they were so close, and then they just screwed the pooch. It's been rough. And we spamming. Yeah, we should get everybody on Flix's listen to spamming with Clue 7. I don't think anyone is saying that. The point of the critique is that the game is now designed around the dodge. It's not just about the dodge itself. I don't think the game is particularly designed around the dodge, so to speak. It's a core component of the game, but it doesn't feel like it's inherently reducing the design of the game for me. I don't think it is. It's the reactive element in the game. So is like your skill interrupts and stuff as well, but it you know, whether you were negating damage in a different way, for me, it mechanically, ultimately, it's not massively different if you break games down into their base form, right? Now, if it's a more proactive thing of stacking particular things to avoid stuff around a strategic method, then yeah. But this isn't a strategic game, so to speak, is it? It's got strategic elements, but it's an action RPG at the end of the day. Action elements are gonna take over. That's the beauty that we have two games in the Arknights genre now. You know, we got the strategic tower defense game, and we've got the action RPG with reactive elements to it. I just don't buy into the game having a dodge fundamentally makes it worse. Like, you might. I just don't buy into it.
Hi, my name is Gray.
Whatever. I like it. We need to build up a meta of spamming flicks. Would the boss fights and such in AK work if the dodge wasn't there? Would the boss fights in AK now? Well, it depends on... You'd have to have slight design tweaks, but you could easily interrupt all damage easily with a slight tweak that it all basically becomes parryable, right? With skill interrupts. Because obviously you can interrupt certain attacks in this game with skill interrupts, right? You know? In terms of like your battle skills and stuff and your combos and that. If you remove the dodge, just like how it is in Silver Palace, everything would be just a parryable action, right? But that makes it a lot less interesting. I like options. I like the ability to parry stuff, the ability to dodge stuff, the ability to potentially interrupt stuff in different ways. But if you break it down to a mechanical thing, it's kind of the same input, really. The outcome is the same. You stop an enemy doing damage to you, but you're just doing it in a slightly different way, right? Now, there's proactive ways that would feel different, where you're building up things prior to an enemy attack, but that would require the game to be a lot slower pace, right? Which some people will buy into and some people will be here for, right? But I think we've got a decent balance in Enfield, personally. I think we've got just enough. I'd like a few more options, actually, for damage interruption. But I think where we're at now, I think it's fine. It's no shine gaming all the way. Well, yeah, as well, yeah. Snowshine and your embers and stuff as well. I like every mechanic they give us, just so I can see them take it away in each new CC. On a Hypergryph, just reworked the Arknights and made it 3D. Alright, 14-1 then, yeah. Let's see what this bad boy's all about. It's been a while. It's been a while. Ember wants to say hi. Well, yeah, exactly. I love eating slop. Also, Mifu will be a new interruption. Yes, I'm happy to see that we're getting like a puller. Right, really? As well, I can't wait for us to because in my opinion, I think if Enfield are smart, we're going to see new proactive ways to interrupt damage as well, right? Through positional gameplay. You know, think about like look at Aviwenner at the minute, right? She's the closest thing we've got to like something that summons or a Trapmaster character, right? The potential for us having Trapmasters and summon characters in the future that allow us, you know, once you've figured out the movement of an enemy, right, let me drop a trap here or a summon here and I negate damage through a proactive gameplay choice, right? It's not like, right, let me defend a certain attack here via a skill usage or a dodge or even another enemy unit like Ember or Snowshine or something. It's that I place this here because I know I can kite the enemy over here, or I know he's going to about to do something. Bang, he hits my trap, he hits my summon, boom, and then lay into him. Right, I'm hopeful that we're going to get that sort of stuff in the game as well. Actually, except for friend requests, I need to clear my friend list. I think it's full. My weekly annihilations. I just I do tend to wrap them up towards the last day or so of the week, to be fair. Sometimes I'll leave a couple of hundred on the table. Yeah. I watched a chapter 14 trailer. I didn't know. Oh, what's this? Okay. I'm excited. I like the music. I really badly want a flag bearer in here, placing a flag, then fighting around it. Yeah, what like that gives you some sort of amps or buffs or something. Or potentially debuffs the enemy. I like this. What? Link it me in React Smash. Chat. Hit me up with it. This is beautiful music. Should we close the game and do some reacts? We'll react to the I've heard this, haven't I? I've heard this. The Trial of the Dagger Inheritor. I've watched the Dagger Inheritors. I've watched that before. That's like 14 minutes, isn't it? I do like this song though. Trailer to chapter 14. What was that gif? What the fuck? Oh yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, we got the Daggers Inheritors. Have we got the trailer for the what's it about? Man, this is 14 minutes chat. You're gonna make Flicks have an aneurysm at this point. We're a hypergrifter, lads. We're a hypergrifter. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I'm a people pleaser. I'm a people pleaser. Let me do some people please. Where's the trailer? We got the trailer in React Smash. Got the trailer in React Smash as well. I watched Daggers Inheritors. Is this what I'm looking at? This one you shared back here, yeah? Right, should we watch Daggers Inheritors first? Because we got more context, right? We got more context. Flix is vibing to the music. Alright then, let's watch Daggers Inheritors, and then we'll go into the Absolved. Absolved will be the Seekers PV for 14 then, because obviously we've got a little bit more context around stuff now. I have seen this before, or at least parts of it. I might have watched the whole thing, right? I think I might have watched the whole thing. So we've got a bit more context now, right? This was awesome anyway. I think even without the context, it was just an enjoyable watch, right? Really cool, what's it? A video, and it's something that I was saying before. I'd love to see more of these meaty showcases. So let's watch this. Sorry, I got the hiccups, and let's watch this as well. Then, all right, let's do it. Let's do it. We've already got our pre-like on it because we've already watched it. Bobby, shit, you guys can't see it. Fucking hell! Hold up. Let me turn that off. You should be able to see it now. Yeah, you can see it now. Yeah, you can see it now. You guys see it now, yeah? Yeah, I watched this. Was it before I started playing? Was it? It might have been, yeah. Holy shit. It might have been. I had zero context at that point. No context of the game. Blood? In my gacha game?
Babel は数日前にカプセル場外に飛び出し、周辺区域は間もなく封鎖される予定です。規制期間中は区間通信に影響があると考えられます。
Babel retreats. Damn. That scene was rough. Oh, it's my girl, man. Bro, somebody shared a diabolical gif in the Discord yesterday. It was that scene from Babel with Amia and which exactly scene was it now? It was Teresa, Amia. Yeah, it was literally after she'd been done. Yeah, it was just the Teresa and Amia, and Doc's there just dancing on top of her. Like, bro, that was fucking savage, man. I'm sure somebody stuck it in the Discord a couple of days ago. Diabolical.
GR9401、GR9409、GR9426、こいつらはレイベントの仲間だ。軍事委員会の傭兵さ。暗殺作戦の後、軍の駐屯地に戻ってきた奴はいなかった。監視役によれば連れ出したのはレイベントだ。どうも領外に何かを送り届けようとしてたらしい。
Like, it is satisfying to see this, right? Because, like, obviously, I know with the Doc's choice, it was with a grander vision in mind, you know? But it's still satisfying to see this.
どうだ興味はあるか急いだ方がいいぜ奴を狙っているのはお前だけじゃないからな
I don't understand why they won't do blood and gore in games, right? But then they're happy to do it in this sort of stuff as well. Look at Amir, man. This does have so much more emotional weight, though, after watching. Like, when I watched this before, it was more just like, oh, this is fucking cool animation, right? This definitely has a lot more emotional weight to it now. It's that resigned determination as well. Yeah, the reason the community reacts a lot to this animation is because of the weight. Rarely did we get anyone who's actually watched it at the intended story moment. Yeah, because like I got it totally out of context. It was like, oh, this is cool, but like, you know, even just the music in the background here, it's got so much more, again, that weight to it, intent, right? I'm understanding there was all this build up to this moment where before it was just like, ooh, yo, she's murking people. This is cool. Where like, it's different now. His music's like really it's almost oppressive. Babel was amazing, wasn't it? Babel was amazing. Never seen Inez and Hodera there. That's really sad seeing that with Amia. This is a catastrophe. Spooder Manning. That was fucking sick. So fucking cool. It's music, man. Do I remember what the meaning behind picking up Sarkaz's dagger? Oh man. It's like, isn't it like when you like the transference of the identity? like taking on that person's role almost in a sense, like inheriting like not just like their baggage and everything. If I don't know if that's the right way. If I'm remembering correctly.
大丈夫さ。ここには未来がある。
You take the name. I love how they show the infection taking his body faster. Yeah, it's fucking cool, man. It is really sad seeing them two together. You take the name. So is it just the name then? I thought like you took on a little bit more. I got the perfect trap for her. Now does that have a special meaning for the sarcasm? Is that hers or her dad's? Was that a dad's or a dagger? Okay, yeah, it definitely does have a lot more. Definitely does have a lot more impact watching it after the fact, right? Dad's dagger. All I'll say is that if you remember the rule, you should know what W chose to do here. What in around the daughter? Do you mean in like in You got my old reaction recommended at the end of the video. W all to say my name, Doctor. W blames himself for not saying and protecting it. Yeah. Back when it was Wimmer Player Reacts. I'm sorry his title does, yeah. Fucking hell. Do you mean in terms of a? Are you talking about her going after them or turning her back and or should I say, around the kid and smiling, like, was that a, like, you inherited everything from your pops? So is that, I'm just gonna, you getting it? Is that what went down? Or is that a moment of, oh, come find me when you're bigger moment? Or did that kid get folded like a cheap launcher? Sanimation has one deal that absolutely breaks me every time that Killing Spree W face was round. She was still a kid back then and got turned into a blood crazy psycho. W deeply cared about Teresa giving the Sark as a future, so she's extremely resentful to the others and herself for letting her die. Probably a more come find me mom, but won't put it past beyond her offing another kid. That's what I'm saying. Like, kind of, I'm not sure what that is. That like saying, you know, you come, even though her dad was running, come finish the job what he was trying to do then. You know, like Kill Bill, or was it a moment of, okay, that's now been passed on to you, and everything that comes with. So I'm gonna have to end it for you as well. My apologies, but you are now culpable. Time to die, kiddo. Time to die. All right, let's quickly watch this then, guys, and then we can get into it. But yeah, in terms of like an emotional weight, there's so much more there now, right? There's so much more there now because of going through Babel. Ironically, the kid's father didn't want her to inherit the dagger. I think hence the ending showing the kid's drawing holding onto the crayon, but she chose the dagger at the end. Yeah. Well, it's like that cycle continuing in it through their own rules, really, right?
Transform flame.
I'm leading the squad. No problem. I've got plenty of experience.
Operation Meat Shield.
Myriad souls have long departed.
Logoed.
But our souls still must find rest. If the deceased require guidance on their journey to the other side, then I am willing to become the ferryman of the sarcasm.
I like to think back when W chose to adopt the name, the W name, and that's why she allied with H and Innes.
Say my name, Doctor. We should. Not some code name picked out of a pile of sticks anymore. It's my name.
So, like, when they, you know, when they take on something like that, and they take on the identity and the meaning of somebody else, does it ever manifest itself literally, other than beyond them, like, you know, deciding? Does it ever come with physical manifestations for Sarkaz? Love this skin.
The red velvet of blood props up this dead diamond. The leaf trembles, the stream murmurs. I
Can, very apt question.
understand how you feel now.
That was because it's very like interconnected they are, right? They're like the myriad souls and blood memory and everything. Like I was like, is the physical manifestation through something that's quite a poignant thing to do, right?
Time will close wounds. Love will mend scars.
Let's say event boss.
Still spread. I'll try to extinguish them, no matter how many times
What's up, Medi cameo?
it takes.
Absolve will be the seekers. I'm hyped. I'm hyped.
So, Doctor, please continue to stay with Amia and Calcit.
Ooh, okay. All right. I'm excited. I'm excited now. You got me hyped, chat. You got me hyped. Shall we hop in then, boys? Shall we hop in chapter 4? Finally. It's been a hot moment. After the post-peak of Babel. I'm excited to get back to the MSQ and dive in. I'm ready. I'm ready, guys. Let's do it then. Prepare to seek the ending. I have many questions, actually, Dracnus, that need answering, yes. Every meeting has a beautiful ending, Amia. A lot of stories end suddenly. A lot of stories keep us tossing and turning in our beds. And some stories end with a long, long sigh. In a wilderness without end, people meet and go their separate ways. But at the crucial moment when we cross paths, no one knows if we should really be saying such solemn goodbyes. Was that Teresa? Come in. Man, they're hitting us with this right off the bat. Okay, I'm really interested to see where 14... See, it's insane that, like, for me, Babel's done the way Babel's done. You know? In terms of it, like, obviously you should be doing it. But the fact that it's, like, not forced, and I'm sure there's plenty of people who've just gone straight through stuff and not bothered to do it right. I'm sure there is, surely. And you're losing so much. Like, so much. Come in. Teresa, you're back. I'm here. What's the matter? What time it is? You should be in bed. You don't want Calcic getting angry with you. Back to regular re-up sessions. I blame you lot this time. I blame you lot. This wasn't me. This was all on you, chat. This was all on you. I've had to turn my AC off, man. It's too cold in my room. It's going to get hot quick, I bet you. I know, but I can't sleep. Want me to sleep with you? It's okay. You still have work to do, right? You've been waiting for me all day, haven't you? Did something happen? Nope. Everyone's been very nice to me, and I'm keeping up with my homework, too. I've finished all the assignments Dr. Calcic gave me. But I know you've been really busy, and I shouldn't bother you. I don't know why I really wanted to see you today. Is that right? Come, Amia. I'm here. Teresa kneels down and hugs Amia. Is this the moment Doc's out there just like, pull that security camera out, smash that, open the door, come on lads. I'm here for you now. Alright. I saw you standing here waiting by yourself while everybody else was gone for so long. I still remember the look on your face. I don't get it. Are you worried about something? Isn't everyone saying we're about to win? Yes, there's always good news. Our fight has captured another town. We've advanced our position once more. Kazdel, our home, is closer than ever. But Amiya, Babel still has a very long journey ahead of us. Our goal is so far away, I don't actually even know if we're still sailing toward our original destination. Teresa lets out a brief sigh and looks into the distance. Amiya follows Teresa's gaze, finds nothing. Babel does not exist to win victories, it never has. Victories and scars go hand in hand. Those scars are far more difficult than we ever anticipated. So, like, I know she couldn't look into the doctor until, like, at the end, right? It was a bit more of a blank slate to her. But, like, Amiya has, like, a visions, right, of what could come to pass and stuff, doesn't she? You know that vision when she's, like, at the head of that fucking Sarkaz army that's kind of, like, crushing everything that stands before it? I'm sure Teresa had something like that, right? Some premonitions and stuff, right? That, like, she knew something was up. I should mention Dr. Activity had rejected her reading his mind. So yeah, but in terms of, you know, there's that one scene, right, where Amiya's like, I forgot exactly where it was now, where she's having like that vision, right? It's like it's through the myriad souls, right? The myriad souls is like talking to her, right? And she's rejecting it. Remember that scene? And she's like, nah, this isn't my fate necessarily. I'll take the lead here. You know what it was? Was that in 13 now? I think it was in 13, right? And she like rejects the desire of the myriad of souls to pull her in that direction. You know, and it's like she's at the lead of the army, right? And they're laying waste to things, right? If I remember correctly. Could she have potentially had visions like that of them coming for her and stuff, and the doctor being at the head of it? Was it when she was talking to the ship, was he? It might have been, yeah. It might have been. I just remember, because, like, she was talking... Was she just directly talking to the Revenant there, or was she actually, like, was the Myriad Souls talking to her as well? I can't remember now. Might need to go back and reread that point. I was just thinking, because, like, she gives sort of these clues, like, just looking off there, like, it's like she's, like, waiting for somebody. Like, I'm waiting for somebody to come in almost there. Victories and scars go hand in hand, and those scars are far more difficult than we ever anticipated to heal. Or rather, can they even be healed? Teresa's voice is very soft, almost like a dream melted away in water. As a cloud of mist rises, the brief, momentary smile that she had before now seems distant and hazy. The young Cortus girl thinks that, for a moment or two, the woman holding her hand all this time almost seemed to have disappeared into the mist herself. And so Amiya makes the effort to stand on her tiptoes and stretches her hand out. The young girl's soft fingertips touch the forehead between the eyes of the King of Sarkaz. She tries to smooth those knitted brows. They can. They will. Teresa, I still remember what you told me. Perhaps one day, we'll be able to let everyone on this vast land fall into peaceful slumber. Right. That includes you and me. Go, Amiya. We have lots of time to talk about the future, but if you stay up all night, you won't be getting any talk. It's like, does that link into, like, the docks thing as well? That we'll be able to go into slumber, in terms of the idea of what the plan is for Originium now, in terms of, like, obviously I don't know exactly now, I don't have the context, but I know that, like, That's why we need the destruction and stuff, right? Bringing about peace now would stop the spread at the rate we need Originium to spread to, right? So it's almost like that, almost kind of almost ties into a degree. Is it? Could that be the potential? I don't know. Maybe like with the sarcasm, because obviously the crown is, what is it now? The shit. What's it called? Remind me what it's called. The what the doc calls it. What's the doc call it now, chat? Was that its job all along? To push that, and that would inadvertently help the Oracle's end goals. Civilite Eterna, that's it. Yeah, Civilite Eterna. Go on, we have lots to talk about the future, but if you stay up all night, you won't be getting any taller. What are you going to do if you're still a teeny tiny bean by the time Rhodes Island is proudly sailing across the vast lands? She says, if you don't sort yourself out, you're going to be as tall as Saint Tontas by the time you grow up. Well, actually, you're probably taller than Saint Tontas now, but you won't get any taller. If I point my ears up, I'll look taller, won't I? You really don't want to go back to your room, don't you? I'm not being naughty, I'm just... Alright, let's not tell Calcit then. You can stay a little longer. It's been a while since I told you a story, hasn't it? It's okay. I still remember all the stories you told me. A long time ago, there was a great big desert and a tiny little doll made of sackcloth. The little puppet swore he would cross the desert to find the legendary Plains of Hope. But you've never told me how the story ends. Oh, that one, huh? There were a lot of scary things out there in the desert. If I were to tell you, you'd never sleep again. I'm not scared of them. Besides, with you telling the story, I'm sure it'll have a nice ending. Alright. The desert, it was so vast and wide that there was no end to it. Our little puppet had been through many great adventures, and at last, he made it. His goal was right in front of him. The Plains of Hope. Drunk too much orange juice. Alright, man. What were the plains like? Kind of place that anyone would like to call home. Kind of place with all the carrot pies I could eat. With everybody on the landship there too. Maybe. She likes carrot pies. Things... Okay. But things are never that easy in these stories. He still had to overcome the last obstacle that stood in his way. The desert was very cold and the wind there never stopped. In the light of the twin moons, there seemed to be some black cloaked shadows whispering to themselves. But the moment he looked for them, they disappeared. What were the black cloaked shadows? They were the echoes of the oldest despair and sadness. If they catch you, you'll never escape. The shadows whispered among themselves and laid trap after trap to stop the puppet. The black cloaked shadows didn't want to let the puppet make it any further. They did everything they could to try and get him to turn around. Because if the puppet made it through the desert, hope would start to spread their way, and they would disappear. But the puppet didn't know that. His goal never once changed. Is this also a little like play on things towards the dock here? The puppet made it past their traps and foiled their plans. All the tricks they had up their sleeves had failed. They were furious, and they decided that they weren't going to hide anymore. They were going to duke it out with the puppet and fight him to the death. When he saw the shadows rushing toward him, the puppet took out a long spear made of a needle and some threads, and then he... Teresa, did they become the echoes of despair and sadness? What about that? Did they catch neuropathy? And the pain kept them up at night? Then maybe the puppet could cure them, just like what you and Dr. Calcit want to do. Cure them? If the puppet cured them and turned them into, happy and peaceful shadows, then everybody could go to the Plains of Hope together, right? Were they born baddies who like to scare people? No, dear, of course not. The puppet found out that they all had wounds on their bodies. It was like the wounds had turned them into who they were. Couldn't he fix them up with his needle and thread? Just like what you always do? Maybe, perhaps, it's worth a try. Sleepy? No, I'm not. Did he do it? The puppet tried over and over. The stitches were thick and ugly. The black cloak shadows were livid. What happened next? Maybe peace and happiness don't really come so easily. But in the end, they decided to let the puppet go. The black cloak shadows watched the puppet walk into the distance. They decided that they'd let the puppet give it a shot. But a big river stood before him. Puppet is Doc, in your opinion? I always think the puppet is Teresa. Fits her seamstress thing. I mean, it isn't her. Do you reckon it's like a play on it potentially being both of them to a degree? Because it's like... it kind of does mirror her in terms of like the threads and stuff. But at the same time, some of it almost... like... you know, the Doc made a decision because he believes in something, but is that belief actually the real deal? Do you know? Does like obviously the Doc made a decision around Teresa because he thinks there's something bigger, but was it the right thing to do? I don't know. Obviously, I don't know. You guys might know, but was it truly the right thing to do? Was it really the only thing that could be done? Or was his basis on his actions built on misinterpretations, misunderstandings of exactly what needed to be done and the reasons why it needed to be done? Even needed to be done? Even? He didn't even know how wide it was. All he knew was that he couldn't see the other side of the river. He knew that the plains of hope were on the other side, but there weren't any knot boats near. See, like, for me, this could work for both of them. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this could work for both of them here. This kind of works, like, in parallel for both the Doc and Teresa. In terms of, they've both got a goal where they think it's the only hope on the other side. This is how we do it. But it's like, you know, how do you get there at the end kind of thing? You know, the idea of what you want and making it happen are two totally different things, aren't they? It wasn't even a decently sized frond. What do I do now? The puppet thought to himself, and he decided to see if he could swim across. But he's a cloth puppet, right? He was made of cloth. If he got wet, it would only get heavier and heavier until he sank to the bottom of the river. But if he stopped here, his journey would have been for nothing. See, that to me, that kind of reads to the Doc there. Like, it's like a metaphorical statement regarding, you know, he's going to do something that's going to weigh on him as a person, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's going to weigh on his heart. He's going to do something that, in theory, it's going to break him. And he knows it's going to break him, but he knows he also has to do it as well. Or he believes he has to do it for the greater good, so to speak. You know what I mean? Because his whole journey would have been for now then. He came here. The whole thing around Originium. The sacrifice of everybody else to continue the mission and allowing Teresa to live could be the thing that, like, puts a spanner in the entire works and making a decision that literally, you know, would weigh him down in terms of, like, you know, the puppet sinking to the bottom. He's making a decision that literally weighs him down, but figuratively weighs him down in terms of an emotional standpoint. He leapt into the water and found that the river was cold and salty like tears. That's like almost literal there to the Doc, right? Apparently a lot of people across the land wanted to go to those plains, but not one of them succeeded. Again, that kind of sounds like to me the Doc and his people as well. Do you know what I mean? Doc killing Teresa was not about him stopping, it would have been for nothing. The puppet analogy is about reversing the shadows in people's hearts, which have been the opposite of that. Was it their tears that formed this river? The puppet finally understood just how many people shed tears over this. I think this might have a double meaning to it, personally. The puppet swam and swam, felt his body slowly soaking up the tears. Did the other side of the river really exist? Perhaps the shadows were right. It was called the Plains of Hope because no one could truly make it there. People speak different languages and their hearts are not connected. Home. Home. The river meant that there must also be a source to return to. Sleep soundly, Amia. Good night. I feel like that potentially has implications to both of their stories, because their stories are not entirely separated in what they're trying to achieve, right? They're trying to achieve the same thing, really, but it's for different reasons. And obviously, the Doc has a much grander scheme involved in his thought process, because he obviously is a lot more knowledgeable of, you know. Teresa and the Sarkaz is based in the Sarkaz and Terra, where for the Doc it's bigger, but it's sort of like, it's a parallel in a sense, I think. Ami has no idea how she got back to her room. That night she slept very soundly. Did the puppet make it across the shore? What happened in the end? A ravine suddenly appeared. Just like that, the two sides have lost contact. Present Doc and Teresa were aligned, but Babel Doc and Teresa were opposed. I don't know, though, because I think they both had the idea that it was for the greater good, right? I think the present Doc is obviously lacks all the context that brought him to his initial decision, is what's different about that Doc. Would the Doc now take the same decision with the context he had back then? I don't know. But, like, for me, I think they were both aiming towards a similar so-called better future that would be better for everybody, or at least with the Doc, the only future that meant, I don't exactly know because I don't have the context, but it feels somewhat like a parallel, personally. I mean, yeah, that's the beauty of stuff like this, isn't it? Like, perception is you can read into stuff differently, right? Doctor, when did you get back? Is everyone waiting for me? I'm so sorry, I'll just need a minute. Oh, the methods are completely opposed, of course. Oh, yeah, for sure. But, the end goal, you know what I mean? It's really, it's less so that the methods were opposed, I think. I think it's more so the Doc just had much more knowledge. Right, it's like, that's what I think. Would this Doc come to the same conclusion? Would Teresa come to the same conclusion? Because obviously the Doc knows a lot more than everybody else, right? You know what I'm saying? It's does Cal Sit, like, I'm assuming Cal Sit knows as well? Or does she know as much? I don't know. Because obviously she has a more emotional reaction that's slightly different and still hates the Doc because of it. Yeah, there's like those questions of like, if everybody had the weight of the knowledge that the Doc has, which nobody has, right? Then would they, you know, would they be opposed to the choices that he obviously was making and had made, right? Because this Doc is still the same Doc to a degree. Because you saw how he was when he was off and he found Amir, right? It's the same Doc in that regard, right? He's just lacking the backstory, isn't he? Which is made him make harsh decisions, sorry. Got to keep going for the context. I just like where you're taking this in your version of events. Good job with the battle. You did well during the battle. Yeah. It's okay, Doctor. I'm probably a million miles off the mark. My interpretation's probably dog shit. Let's head over there together. And it probably is affected by the fact that I have breaks in between playing certain stuff as well. We're about ready for departure. Everyone has us to leave Brentwood. Good thing those bones are large enough for us all to fit. The military commission must already have caught wind that we've taken control of the town and the life bone. It goes without saying that the skeleton is of tremendous importance. Their counter-offensive might already be on the way. Perhaps the Sarkas are watching on our every move as we speak. Ever since their rapid tactical unit, the Witchling took to the skies, it's always felt like somebody's been watching us in the midst. It's unnerving. The battle will only get more dangerous from here on out. We all know that. The Exemplars, awesome, will not give up their counter-offensive on Londinium. We have no other choice. Victorious people have endured this long enough already. Good thing we seized the skeleton. Under ideal conditions, it will serve as a temporary stronghold. The wounded and civilians will also get to settle down a little. Or we just TP right into Londinium and start spanking ass. How's about that? Besides, if what Holdora said is true, it can teleport anywhere, although it might make the users nauseous. This is indeed some much appreciated help. Something is bothering me. Why wouldn't the military commission defend such an important transport to the death? Perhaps they gave up because of the pressure of the battlefield, or perhaps Lucarel the Sanguine Arch underestimated his enemies. It's more likely that their plan in Londinium has already reached a stage where they can't afford to worry about anything happening outside. Sanguine Arch still completed his final ritual. That may be exactly why they turned their gaze, not to the Lifebone, but somewhere else. Holdora has finished negotiating with the consciousness left in the skeleton. It will, yes, listen to our proposal. With its help, we will be able to return to the battlefield at any moment. Most importantly, it gave us an opportunity to get close to the airship and the shard. If we make use of this trump card well, just maybe we'll be able to mount an airborne assault on central Londinium. That's what I'm thinking, man. AC 130 above, you know what I mean? Take out their headquarters directly. Good. I like that. The area around the shard is heavily guarded. My guess is that the military commission's airship won't let us hover over their heads there to fight. All we can do is find an opening for our strike team to enter, and as soon as they've made it in, we'll have the lifebone depart. That means the strike team can't retreat. At the same time, we'll still have to get to the bottom of what's been bothering Amiya. What exactly are the Sarkas planning? And how to fool their little tricks? We won't be able to make the shard. We won't be able to take the shard with this little time by ourselves. But we still have friends inside that massive city. We need to get in touch with them. According to our intelligence, there likely aren't many combatants stationed inside the shard. Do you know what? I was just thinking. You know, with Horn's equipment here, like this bit here, it almost looks like a giant fag packet. You know, or a cigarette packet to you non-UK guys. She's got a few cigarettes sticking out. She just needs to whip out. Yeah. Based on my experience fighting their commander, if there is Amiya, what would you say her chances are? No, we should avoid direct confrontation with him at all costs. No one is strong enough to single-handedly defeat Theresis. Besides, our greatest threat right now is not a single powerful Sarkas hero. Rather, it is our ambition to see their plans come to fruition. We will only be able to end this war quickly by stopping it from happening. A few squads on their own can't end a war. We still need the Victorian military. It's true that the Duke of Windermere perishing on the front lines is beyond what any of us might have... Oh. Forgive me, Lady Delphine. Standing beside you now is an intelligence officer in the service of Duke Windermere, not her daughter. Pay me no mind. Duke of Windermere's untimely passing has disrupted the fragile balance on the outskirts of Londinium. They're on the brink of war. And the Duke of Windermere was badass soul, man. Right, why she? Until a few weeks ago, I was still under the impression that if the Dukes were to put their minds to it and attack Londinium together, Sarkas' defeat would have been all but assured. This will be a decisive battle, one far worse than what any of the bigwigs have been anticipating. I'd like to say they wish this upon themselves, but it's the frontline soldiers and the innocent citizens who are suffering right now. So, when the time comes, who's going to win? Us, the Exemplars, or the Dukes? Sorry, I guess I shouldn't be asking that before an operation. It's fine. I know what it is you're worried about. There's no need to worry. A great many people stood up, raised their heads and woke from their dreams because of this calamity, whether willingly or forced. You are far from the only ones. We need to focus on the problem at hand, how to break through the battlefield for our Londinium counter-offensive, as well as how to stop the shard strikes. It won't be easy. The next step in the Sarkas plan most likely has to do with Originium. That's what the doc's banking on, right? It's very likely that they will apply ancient Sarkas research on Originium. Taking the battlefield head-on is our one and only choice. We've received a transmission indicating we have several Rhodes Island support teams on the way. There are many things we will only be able to accomplish here as Rhodes Island. I will command their operation. I will see our strategy executed flawlessly. Put this crisis behind us. It seems none of us have any objections. That being the case, everyone turns to Amia. Suddenly, I feel a hint of relief, gratification, excitement, and pride. After all, you are standing right beside her. This war has come to a head, and Theresis intends to use some more decisive and forceful means to tear Victoria to shreds. This has nothing to do with whether the Sarkas truly have a right to revenge. It has nothing to do with whether the nobles may bear this heavy burden for Victoria. If we solve all our problems by destroying our enemies, then this land, plagued by war from the beginning, has no hope. As well, like, when you think about it, like, the Doc has become the Doc's nemesis, right? With the new Doc. Anyone, Puppy's Doctor, Shadows and Living Races of Terror, and Riverized Doubts and what he should do. Continue his path or submit to the flow, second meaning, Teresa in the middle of our souls. Racist. That's kind of a little bit how I see it, to be fair. Because it's almost like the Doc as well, at that point, is a puppet to their OG plans, right? And in a sense, kind of is now as well. Like, he was a puppet to the mission. Now he's almost a puppet to his own machinations when he had the context, right? Confessari and Theresis are there, at the heart of Londinium, toppling this empire standing on shaky ground. I will go to them and I will stop them. For that future and for the future of all. Isn't a big gap like this a waste? I got some real juicy explosive from closure, enough to pack every corner of this place full. And they're still cooking up stupid ideas like mounting an attack on Londinium. This is a military commission we're talking about. Who knows what tricks Theresis has got up his sleeve. So, bomb the place straight up. Why do you think the military commission went through all that trouble to hide this skeleton, instead of treating it as a second airship? This thing is fragile. It's only thanks to the witchcraft devices that we can communicate with the Pheromont's lingering breath of life. An attack, no matter how weak, could spell the end of it. You think I'm talking about dropping bombs out of it? I'm saying let's make it the bomb. A bomb that can fly just right about anywhere. Just fly just about anywhere it wants. That can fly right into Theresis' face at any moment. A perfect bomb. True. What? You're still thinking about letting it take us back to Kazdel if we don't deal with Theresis? We aren't going anywhere. Let's take the simplest path to solving our problems here. Got something to share with the class? Nothing at all, but I didn't expect to see you so tense. Should I teach you a few deep breathing techniques? Huh? Whatever, W. Get in the right frame of mind for this operation. Otherwise, no amount of explosives is going to fix what's going on in your head. That just means we're going to need even more bombs. If you say so. Phew. Inez. What? Remember when we ran into that lich the other day? Never mind. Forget it. You're wondering whether the Teresa out there is real or not again, aren't you? Enough of that already. I'm not the one you need to convince. I wasn't the one who called her a fake first either. Did I ever tell you your arts are disgusting? I didn't need to read your shadow. You've been pretty anxious for a while now. What will you do if I run into her again? I told you, it's a fake. I'm going to kill it and be done with this. What if it's not? Then I'll rescue her and get to the bottom of everything. That's Teresa. I know. I think you don't. You haven't figured out how to treat Teresa, how to handle an enemy leader. That's a taboo, and you know it far better than I do. Inez, you know what pisses me off the most? I remember a lot of stuff. I remember the crystal on the head of the old fart who taught me how to make explosives. I remember the prices on your heads. I remember how Her Highness wrestled with that door, and how Calcit once got her hair caught in the same door. I remember all these things that don't fucking matter. But I don't remember. I can't for the life of me remember when the last time I saw her was, or even what we talked about. Yeah, I barely had a normal conversation with her. There were so many of us on the ship. It was small potatoes, and she was Babel's chairman. Probably a joke, some silly complaint or nagging. But it definitely wasn't a goodbye. This time, I'll make up for that and say it. Then, I won't forget. Anyways, I've got to get my mercs checking over their equipment. This is going to be one hell of a job. Whatever you say. But if your legs give out on you, and you need somebody to give you a good kick in the ass, you know who to call. Yeah. This nightmare has gone on long enough. We should be looking straight ahead. W has the F-bomb passing, okay. Where's this? This looks like it was when we was on the Revenant almost. We are, aren't we? All preparations are complete. The airship is ready to take flight. Yes? It will all be over soon. Come. Walk with me the one last time, Theresis. Like, what is going on with this shit, man? Very well. I like how come she's back to how she was as well. Before the split, like. The Military Commission of Kazdal has secretly constructed airship docks just like this one in support layers of several sectors. Throughout Londinium. This is the largest among them, and this is where the airship was born. The ship is seen as a terrifying weapon of war, a herald of destruction, and a flying fortress. But very few are aware of the original intent behind the airship's construction. It was to uncover a buried secret. And beyond that, it's to break free of an eternal shackle. The brother and sister are walking in the great ship dock, down a long passageway where every Sark as they pass stops and greets the two of them. When was the last time they had a nice walk like this together? Thinking about it, compared to the amount of time they had spent together, the days that have passed is nothing. But they were also long enough. What's on your mind, Teresa? I suddenly remembered that when Kazdal was rebuilt into a nomadic city, we stood next to each other on the city walls, shoulder to shoulder, just like this. It's got memories, right? It was supposed to be a happy day, but then it rained. Some said it was a bad omen, but I still remember how the soul furnace's flames looked all the brighter in the rain. And there's more. I'm suddenly remembering so much. It's been too long. It has been too long indeed. From Kazdal to Kazdal, our goal lies right before us. There is but one last step in our plan. Those who walk after us will find a great city standing tall upon this land, and we, Sarkaz, will do as we wish, seizing control of our own fate. See, it's like, this is what I said, you know, that little puppet story, it feels like it's got a myriad of applications if you really want to perceive it in a particular way, right? Do you know what I mean? You can even kind of attach it to my guy. No, less so, but almost if you wanted to, you know, if you really want to form it in that sense. You know, just his use of words here, right? I need you. Yes, I know. The warriors who once firmly believed in your path, the girl who was called the King of Sarkaz, they've all come before you now. Of course, they came. I've always believed they would. Have you decided how you will confront them? I've never once been confused, but I had hoped this day would take longer to arrive. Now it has come to this, I actually feel I underestimated those should have had faith in. Theresis, I'm delighted. I'm delighted that even after we made this decision, they are still willing to stand up against us. They are decisive and strong, and they are growing at an unimaginable pace. Perhaps they will make their way to you in the end. They may be much stronger now. They may be much stronger now than the woman I was, the one who couldn't accomplish anything. Hold up a second. Okay, so talking about the Sarkaz who disagreed with their way of doing things, yeah? Okay. I'm looking forward to it. Then, it's time for me to leave too. Teresa steps onto the airship's gangway, while Theresis remains where he stands, quietly watching her. Teresa, this time, we should bid each other a proper farewell. Is she like almost as some sort of construct or something? Is born from his memories. So I don't think I've heard this Teresa talk about the time at Babel, right? Is it only, I don't know why I keep calling it it. I feel like it's an it. Right? This time we should bid each other a proper farewell. We're talking about Rhodes Island as not Theresis guys. Oh really? I thought they was just talking about. I suppose maybe, yeah. Warriors who once firmly believed in your path, the girl who was called the King of Sarkaz have all come before you now. Yeah, I guess so, right? I thought they were talking more about the Sarkaz that were with them, maybe. Teresa reaches her hand out and smooths out the creases on Theresis' cloak. Goodbye. Bye. The silence lasts until the steel door closes and its thick shadow shrouds the two of them. They say nothing more. The pulsing of the myriad souls is ceaseless. Teresa lightly closes her eyes to bear with its surge. The endless murmurs are like the tide. It exhausts, it drags those within it ever downward, and it suffocates. Perhaps within it once existed brief moments of happiness or the occasional delight, but there is simply too much pain, so much that the pain permeates every word and sentence. Oh, myriad souls, even though I have almost completely exhausted myself, I still cannot see the other side. Shattered hearts abound these lands. So even if I have only grief at my disposal, even if my body was wrought of tears, this kind of relates back to that little story again, yeah. Be my all and be my ark. Let tears carry tears and let suffering lift up suffering. It's time that we set sail. Logos is examining the bone whistle with his hands. He knows every pattern carved into it and every wear and tear on its surface. He remembers receiving this from his mother when he was still a small child. The sound was not nearly as sonorous and vivid as it is now. So this is a Banshee's bone whistle. It's my first time seeing the real thing. Banshees are a rare sight among mercenaries to begin with, much less one with a bone whistle. That said, I've heard plenty of stories about the bone whistle. It's a symbol of terror. Its sound foretells death's pursuit. The banshees portend death, and willingly serve as the embodiment of death and danger. But I rarely ever saw you use the whistle. Not at Babel all those years ago, or at Rose Island now. The vampire accused you of rejecting the power of your bloodline. It already sounded. It need not sound again. Metaphors about death itself are a dime a dozen. What comes after death? True, the banshees portend death. Nothing more. If death wasn't the end of all beings, and there was more than nothingness after the toll of the death knell, then this foretelling would have been meaningless. That's why we set down the bone whistles for bone pens. New meaning is born from the pen's tips, while the past is only recorded by the same tips. This is why we stand together now, Haldera. Is that right? Yes, towards the other side of death, rebirth. It matters not what Theresis intends to accomplish. This war will not and cannot be allowed to develop into a raging fire that destroys the Sarkaz, as history has seen countless times before. Having burned for so long, this hatred cannot be easily extinguished, but we can stop it from engulfing all souls upon these lands. That includes each and every race there is. Doctor, hold on tight. The final battle is able to begin. Ferromut's skeleton wriggles its body and once again dives straight into history. The fragments of time are like bubbles in the muddled stream. After they break up, the remains are still vague and indistinct. Amir feels the rippling space-time rushing past her. You look at her and see her eyelashes twitching. What exactly does she see? Perhaps nothing more than the reflections passing by, or fleeting hallucinations. The distance between the memories and the history is always much longer than we expect. Oh shit. Countless sceneries, both ancient and modern, sweep by under the Ferromut's frame. Those who find themselves within are astonished by this advancement of regression of times, the disasters that unfold them before them, and the happiness in their hands. When looking upon them from high above, perhaps these sights have never actually happened. Then, the illusion grows much stranger and more twisted. The seed is rapaciously absorbing nutrients. It writhes, whimpers, trying to tear away all fabricated representation. This creation, far beyond human comprehension, waits silently. The slightest movement is enough to rend the continent and allow the crystals to proliferate. No, this isn't right. This isn't the Ferromut's power. The sky, the entire sky is burning red. The life bone is out of control. It's been pulled off its original course. Are we under attack? Prepare to meet the enemy. Shields to maximum. Guards, guard the entrances to all cabins. Watch for attacking aircraft. We're preparing anti-boarding measures. All non-combatants retreat to your shelters. Mercs, fan out. Don't let any drooling morons onto the ship. Any damage reports? I'm checking, but what's going on? This makes no sense. The sensors I set up are all reading normal. The skeleton's not damaged at all. Just got word from the observation post. They've spotted no enemies. We're losing altitude. I can't control it. What the is happening? Isn't this skeleton your best friend, Haldera? Get it to chill out. Haldera, can you adjust the course at all? We mustn't land in the center of the battlefield. I'm trying. Buckle up, everybody. I don't want anyone getting flung out through the gaps in the bones. I've sent out all my drones to try pull the Ferromut's bones back and reduce the impact of the crash. Don't get your hopes up, though. Our descent isn't slowing, going by the current speed. We'll hit the ground very soon. The meaning of language shall grant us wings. I command these words to lift its weight. It's working. Keep chanting your incantations, Banshee. Odera, keep steering us north. There's a valley there. We should fit right in. I'm on it. My link with the pheromone is fading. I can't control it much longer. Monster. Protect the doctor. Prepare for impact. This isn't exactly comfy. Its claws are digging into me. Calm down, Doctor. You'll be fine. Amia, how are things going over? All the wounded and civilians have been relocated. Vice and Rock are working on getting the transport secured. Got it? Inez, my mercs have anything to say? They're all here with me, working on getting some witchcraft going. We'll need a little more time. Should be able to withstand half of the impact's force. Tell Haldera these bones won't shatter here. Monster's very comfy. The valley's in sight. Our angle's not quite there yet. We need to turn left by another 20 degrees. Last chance for adjustments. 20 degrees, I'm certain of it. All hands brace for impact. The rest comes down to luck. 10 seconds to impact. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, right, you cut me off there, yeah. Edge me. Fucking edge me. Guys, yo as well, if you haven't already done so. Oh shit, man, you didn't tell me it was on a... Wait. Why does that look smooth? We're on display cap? No, we're not. How is that showing up there then? Wait. Hold up. What? How is that showing? That doesn't even make sense. Display cap's not open. It should only show Arknights, but it's showing the entire desktop, and it's set to only show Arknights as well. That's weird. Hanging them all. Beatrice analysis indicates that the 3-star rating has not been achieved in a lower level environment of the stage. Fundamental compatibility. Yeah. Have I been doing some also been doing some annihilations? The only time to gold is in my squad is when we do annies. Alright, let's sprinkle PP in.
I wanna go.
I think we can maybe drop Myrtle. We're gonna get lazy. Shimagero. Oh, what's with all the healers? What the fuck? What are we doing here? Yeah, we'll swap her out for
fight for nothing, but for the
Strop
right
Palsy.
I'm in.
Logotia.
I don't need years of training just to go
Yeah, it's
stage.
right there. It's right
I don't have near enough combat towers to... Are you really sending me in?
Bro, I love her voice lines, man. They're so fucking good. They're so fucking good, man. It's all smooth as well, yeah. Okay, sweet. That's weird, man. Hey, man. It ain't broke. 30 minutes earlier. Underground structure, Highbury Borough, Londinium. You're back. How are things up top? Same as ever. Maybe worse. I used to be scared of those devil mercenaries who ask you for a smoke. Worst you'll get is a slap in the on the face if they feel like it. But now, it's all monsters. You can't even describe that they'll turn you into a puddle of blood without so much as blinking. Freaking hiccups. You know what? I've been sleeping better. Because I know there's nothing but death if I've run into one of them. Are the Sarkas still grabbing workers off the streets? Didn't see anything. We didn't dare to go too far. Doesn't seem like the Sarkas are interested in running the city anymore. There's no one maintaining public order. They couldn't fully occupy Londinium, could they? What use is it to them? Are they really planning to drive the Victorian capital all the way back to Casdell? Who knows? Honestly, I haven't a clue what they're trying to do. I'd go through so much trouble if they just want to kill everyone. Goof! How sad. Those who betrayed their friends for a better future are soon betrayed by the better future. No one expected things to turn out like this. You know we didn't mean to. Let me guess. You mean us no harm but handed us to the defence forces out of fear? How kind and gentle. You all deserve a medal. Catherine, we... Save it. I don't have time to dig up old grudges. Not that it would help anything anyway. At least you didn't gift wrap my head and fists and give us them to the Sarkas. The question is, what do we do now? We can hide here. We know the underground passage is better than the Sarkas. That's your plan, Tommy? Live underground for the rest of your life like a talpy beast? Why don't you just go hide in a coffin then? I don't blame you for what you did. Given a choice, no one wants to go to war. War is here now. Right here in our homes. There's nowhere to run. I ran into a few fellows who said they could get us some decent weapons. I reckon... Is that thunder? Rain would be really nice right now. Is that the shot? PC client when? Right, man. Why is it shaking? Is Londinium on the move? The mobility level is... Something's not right. Let's head up and see what's happening. Be careful. What is it, Catherine? You're blocking the window. The massive silhouette of the shard is just visible from here. The most familiar sight and the pride of all who call Londinium home. But the annoying yet comforting blankets of clouds above are nowhere to be seen. Wait, what's that on top of the shard? Take all our supplies and contact everyone we can. We need to move deeper underground now. Hurry! "15 minutes earlier. Silver Rock Bluffs, Londinium outskirts." Oh, I love her design. Holy shit, what's this here as well? Very, Trilby Asher-esque, right? We're approaching Silver Rock Bluffs. That means the attacks will start soon. When I first heard Wellington's plan a few days ago, do you know what my initial reaction was? You thought it was too ambitious, Your Grace? Ambitious? I think you mean crazy. Yes, crazy. He wants the entire Allied forces committed to the front lines. 13 dreadnoughts, 45 assault ships, and 172 gunboats. 86 transports, 10 support ships, all air artillery, and 180,000 infantry, including the entire reserves. It wasn't an inquiry or request. It was a notice, almost an order. The Duke of Wellington has also abandoned the traditional Gaulish formation of multiple battle lines, instead of having all fleets form single files to penetrate the Nexera line all at once. Is he going for a blitzkrieg? Bro going for the blitzkrieg, is he? Goddardin and our forces are to be responsible for fire support and clearing out casters in the Sarkas rear, while Wellington's vanguard changes at the centre of Nexera formation. The Silver Rock Bluffs, currently under Sarkas control, is a key pass between the Redmayne Mountains and the Duskglow River, and a highly defensible position. The enemy can easily retreat towards Londinium, even if we win the battle. I would have staunchly opposed the plan if it was not Wellington who proposed it. But you and the rest of the high commanders eventually consented to it. We've seen similar tactics in the military academics. They were the same tactics used in that legendary battle of the War of the Four Nations, in which Duke Wellington fought. The Victoria and Lothian alliance split the Gaulish lines into three and quashed their resistance. That battle put Victoria on a new course for the next several decades. Glorious as it may be, the past is no place to find refuge in. Do you also think the Iron Duke has grown old? Wellington is a military genius. He commands battleships with the same ease and grace as a Lethanian virtuoso. I have never seen anyone quite like him. He's not one of the fools blindly chasing the glory of the past. The Sarkaz is not the end, but merely the beginning of the end of the real battle. As for here and now, it's not just Wellington who needs a decisive victory. The Sarkaz have the Shard and have successfully fired it before. They could attack us anywhere in Victoria at any moment. However, our war scholars deem any losses from Sarkaz catastrophe attacks to be within acceptable limits. Those losses will not compromise our ability to achieve our strategic objective. The Sarkaz have not refueled Londinium since it deviated from course. The city is immobile as of now. Once we take the pass at the Silver Rock Bluffs, the Sarkaz will no longer have a terrain advantage, and the Allied fleets will have a clear path to Londinium. Indeed, if everything goes well, we will be able to end this meaningless stalemate as quickly as possible. Yet the word stalemate isn't an apt description for the Sarkaz and Victoria. Telegrams from the caster hold are increasingly impatient. One cannot fault our backers for it. War is far too expensive. A promise fulfilled too late is a promise unfulfilled. True. Bar. Granny. Yeah. Gilson all over the place, man. Are those the cannons of Casgrel going off? The Duke of Wellington's attack has begun. It's not time yet. Your Grace, what's that red light coming from the distance? Is that us? That light is coming from the top of the Shard. Hal Wellington right now. We must... Or maybe it's not. What is it? Did we just spawn camp? Ouch. Doctor, are you okay? The doctor will be fine. Monster absorbed the brunt of the impact. How are the others? The good news is that we fell into a canyon. Our precise location is uncertain. We're at least a distance from the worst of the fighting. Closure, Horn, and Siege. Closure, Horn, and Siege have gone out to scout our surroundings. You should be briefed on the specifics soon. We're still assessing our personnel and equipment losses. Preliminary reports indicate that pre-impact measures were effective and losses were acceptable. Medical and engineering units are already at work. I'm afraid there's been some troubling development. The sky? It's red. Watch your step. Keep up with us, Doctor. Oh shit. It's apocalyptic shit. Suffering extends its reach to every corner the eye can see. From the top of the Shard, Iridium spreads like a plague, devouring, assimilating. Buildings, ships, armies, Iridium devours all and quickly expands. An unprecedented calamity indeed, one that puts even the most terrifying catastrophes to shame. And yet, an army marches through the rolling Iridium crystals, its tattered banner visible even from here. It's what we do, mate, it's what we do! Suffering is but a marching order for the Sarkaz. Oh, it's what they do. Damn, I thought it was us. The ever-hungry procession of Sarkaz advances to the horns of wailing, sinking their teeth and claws into the enemy they find. The Doc's witnessing his own machinations come into fruition, right? Blood-stained boulders litter the wasteland as far as the eye can see, looking decidedly out of place. The whipping winds have ceased, giving way to a rising fog. Looks like lovely weather. It looks alright, doesn't it? Looks like better than a rainy Tuesday in Stoke. The withered grass remains unstirred, yet countless tattered bandages already dangle across. Sarkaz warriors stand in line, soundless and motionless, waiting for the embodiment of death and decay, the master of war. their king. A withered figure emerges from the death-filled fog. On the hills he stands. Through the swamps he passes. Out of the fog he glides through the wind and sand rising from the withered grass. And upon the art's ritual circle he descends. Tattered stripes of cloth fall to the blood-filled columns, like a bony hand caressing a tombstone. Only the most seasoned warriors recognise that Nexera's tattered ribbons, like the banners of Kazdel's walls, belong to generations of ancient Sarkaz tribes. Their form ragged, their symbols recognisable, but their scent of war unmistakable. Lucariel, Regent's Crimson, Prince of Blood. We were never close, but the contribution that you and your blood made to the war is undeniable. I bear witness to your glory and shame. Slayer of the Pheromont in the Mist, Jailer of Time, usurper of the royal court, executioner of kings. You denied the path that we now walk, as you've denied the meaning of the Black Crown. But you gave your first and final drop of blood to the Sarkaz. Your power shall not fade away, nor shall your anger, your hatred, your ambition. Boss. He spreads his arms wide. A black fog of decay rises, swallowing every boulder. Red fades into sand and dirt, vanishing into the mist. The warriors do not speak, but the earth begins to rumble as ancient witchcraft spreads across the battlefield. War. We nourish you with our best. Their blood and bones at your behest. We are the living and the dead. Together we march as one. The black fog dissipates. A drop of blood forms at the tip of the Nesselum staff. It is the purest blood, the only blood that death and decay cannot touch. And she's so fine. This is the blood of Tikaz. It evoked the call of Amnananam. Was lost in the battle's art circles. The Kafasari searched 70 of them without finding it. But, Nesselum, your highness, we've found it for the regent. The drop of red liquid drifts towards Salas and enters her wrist. Keep it safe, Visarius. Of course, I vow to protect it with all the strength of my bloodline, my life. The vampiric art circles are still active. What of the sanguine arch of vampires, the purest bloodline, the cruelest of the sovereigns, the pride of the Sarkaz? Did he really die so easily at the hands of the young banshee and the rabbit? He has not joined the myriad souls, but away as he drifted. What a shame to waste so much blood. Meddler of bloodlines, do not desecrate war and death with your flippant insolence. Apologies, your highness. I was merely lamenting the loss of the sanguine arch. And keep his legacy safe. His blood will continue the fight with us. Of that, I have no doubt, sovereign of the withered court. The blood of the Tikaz will fulfill its duty if a mere tremble of Amnanam is enough to burn the heaven red and bring up evil to the earth. Then its final descent shall free our fate from the manipulation of Originium, as the myriad souls have so longed for. Interesting. Okay, interesting. I'm so mad we haven't got this Amia as an unlockable outfit. Wife! That and Chen's one outfit from the end of chapter 8, they're so good, they're just relegated to chapter PNGs. The chapter has so many banger CGs. It does. Fate. War will crush all obstacles beneath its heel, even fate. Oh, excuse me. The Deadwood Throne rises, attended by innumerable war altars, casting a massive shadow on the battlefield. Silent columns of warriors step into the strange catastrophe, continuing their advance. He will advance before the storm. Both the living, the dead. This war belongs to all Sarkaz. new beginning. Another quote from one of the sovereigns, General. Yo, she's sick. Oh, she's fire. No. I was simply reminded of the furnace. At the centre of Kazdel. Oh, the big one. I witnessed many feedings before I came to Londinium. It is an honour for a fallen warrior to be fed into it, becoming the fire that propels our progress. But it never seems to be sated. Small wonder, flames of a revenant's rage only burn stronger. Nadine, would you call the nomadic city by the name of Kazdel your home? What is the meaning behind the question, sir? When the final battle has already begun. I was raised on the battlefields outside Kazdel. The black rocks and the bones of my fellow Nexera are the only things buried beneath the city walls and wheels. Where is home if not Kazdel? Yes. What other answer could there be? The future is lined with uncertainties. But this much we know. This war ends when a new beginning emerges. Have you made contact with Ursula? No. They were very thorough in mopping up Brentwood. Just as you predicted, our casters have picked up on the trail of the Ferromut Skeletons movement. They've considered attacking Londinium, attacking the Shard directly. I gave them a chance. Far too many chances. There is no question that Major Ursula has been negligent in her duty. She'd better have a good explanation if she lives to explain. Have you located the skeleton? We have a rough idea of its location. It will take time to find it on this vast battlefield. Should I take the squad there personally? No, I will. We will retake the Ferromut spine or destroy it. It must not fall into the wrong hands again. You're going yourself? Those mercenaries have interfered too much. They must be eliminated. Before that, though, we will finish the ritual. Our Nexera ritual? I didn't think you cared much for tradition. Cyclops, Lich, Wendigo, Banshee. More and more have left. You've never seen these royal courts in Kazdel, have you, young Nexera? Oh, she's a Nexera. No, she's sick. That blade's fire as well. I suppose not, other than the Nexera. It's mostly been vampires, not the best neighbours. But you start to miss their smell when you spend enough time in Londinium. The blood of the fallen has returned to the earth. There will be no new Prince of the Crimson Court. How many sovereigns do the Sarkaz have left? Do not fall for the Sarkaz temptation. Yo, I'm just saying, you know? Just saying. Risk it for a biscuit, you know? Risk it for a biscuit. I can't stop yawning, man. Oh my god. Two seconds, chat. Okay, what the fuck? You meet a familiar face in Vietnam. Kababy, or however you fucking say his name. Cabby Lane joins the cast in 007 First Light and is part of the globe-trotting adventurers chamber. Is this how they're advertising this game? Like, it's not even he. Well, obviously I know it's not him because it's a game. But didn't he sell his likeliness to an AI company? So like they can keep producing his content. I'm sure he did, yeah. It's like a great way to advertise the game. From what she implies, does the vampires stink more than rotting flesh, even more than Nexeras? Maybe, yeah, what she said about their smell. She'll eat your raw pigs. Hey, yo, I'm just saying, you know? We've all got an end. Better to go out bawling, right? Better to go out bawling than crawling. That's all I'm saying. Logistics to command. We've encountered a catastrophe near Sulfuria Chasm. At least, I think it's a catastrophe. We're being drowned in a tide of Originium. The ship has lost power. Weapon system severely damaged. All systems inoperative. Defense systems offline. No response from Arch unit. I repeat, all systems inoperative. Enemy spotted, taking heavy fire. Mobile arts device. Data, automatic record. Hey. None of these messages made it out. The entire communication system is scrapped. I think that so many have died to protect this little metal box. I salute you. Phew. That bow hurt. A bow. I shouldn't take my hat off. Our foe is unpredictable, aren't they? There's enough intel about the shard to fill an entire building. You and I must take the blame for our present circumstances. The man in the hat looks at his counterpart. The man on the ground lies motionless, buried to his chest in crystal-filled dirt. The little box that he clutches in the left hand remains spotless. The Trilby Asher pulls the rim of his fallen comrade's hat down, covering the face that no one knew to begin with. It took a little more effort to retrieve this communicator, but war has made him a rather proficient undertaker. Intel retrieved. Communications are still being jammed by severe interference. A little progress is better than nothing, I suppose. The Duke of Fife and the 6th Infantry Battalion were ambushed. The landing attempt at the Crumley Plate has failed. Unable to reach the Duke of Gododin's scout fleet. Chetler has been lost. Chetler? We've lost Chetler? We've lost... Last right's ancestor. I'm sure closure smells like girl foul, you vampire too. Misty, you listening at work? What was that you mean, sorry? Chetler? What's the need for these posts? Please be patient to UK content creators. We are currently being hit with a pretty intense heatwave, meaning we'll probably be working a tad slower, have less energy, and may even need to take a break from our PCs to prevent them overheating. Also, none of this is, well, we have it hotter over here, BS. UK heat is built different. Most of us don't have ACs since we rarely need them for most of the year. Our houses are built to keep the heat due to how cold our weather can get. We aren't as used to hot weather, given how 80% of the year the UK weather is hot. We're not trying to dispute who has it worse, hotter. We just want patience and understanding. What is this soft shit, man? Get an AC, skill up. Skill up. It's a skill issue. Buy a fucking AC, man. Buy an AC. It's lovely and cold in my room. It's chilly. It's chilly. Lovely over here. Lovely. I do see what they're saying though about yeah, just take the day off. Just take the day off, man. That's all I say. That's what I used to do, right? When I didn't have my AC. If it was red hot, just take the day off. Go touch grass, man. It's a perfect day to touch grass. You know? It's not that deep. It's not that deep. Large-scale, unanticipated geological changes across the Silver Rock Bluff fronts. Active Originium concentration above threshold. Cap complained about the heat yesterday. See, look, I don't know why somebody like Cap doesn't get an AC, right? I think she was showing her numbers how much she'd earned last month. She earned $7 grand nearly. Right? Content creation's her job. Buy a fucking AC, man. You can get one for about 300 quid. You know what I mean? If you're a content creator and it's your job and you need to be like, just buy an AC, man. It's a game changer. Honestly, that's what people like Cap should do, man. You're not going to use it all the year, right? Like, I don't need to. Game changer. Like, I'll go out my room now into the rest of the house and it'll be like, bam, wall of heat in here. It's lovely, man. It's beautiful. Keeps your PC cool as well. You know what I mean? No good news. Yeah, you should just grab an AC, man. Changes the game. Are those troops? The ID code is... My, what a miracle. I am a lucky man indeed. £7,000 is more than enough for it. Yeah, well, I can't remember how much I paid for that one. I think that was like $350. Roundabout, something like that. Can't remember now because I bought two. I've got a smaller one that I've got upstairs. But I ain't used that one for a while. The fan's usually enough for the night. I think that was $350. Maybe it's a little bit more. Yeah, you know, it's this ain't even like, you know, I ain't paying the rent with this, but fuck, am I sitting in my office sweltering when I want to do something? Cook yourself in the heat. As if ACs aren't used for 6 months whilst... Yeah, like, with the UK, you'll probably... Like, if you're a content creator, right, it's a little bit different. Depending on your setup. Like, it gets a little bit hotter in my room than it would for most people, right? Obviously, I've got a Victorian-era house, right? So it's built well, like, right? It contains the heat. It keeps out the cold, right? So when it gets hot, it gets incredibly hot. I have a freaking studio light here, a ring light here, 3 monitors in front of me, a PC straddling either side of my legs. So it gets warm, right? So the AC is just a game changer, man. Every CC should have one. You might use it for like 2 weeks out of the year. Do you know what I mean? So, right. And when I'm using a 13900K as well, that in itself is enough to heat a row of houses. So it's like, it's needed. You know, like when that shit gets warm, it gets warm. Honestly, on electric heat, my bill's like double in the winter than it is in the summer with AC. Like, don't get me wrong, the AC does, like, bump up your electric usage, but if you're working, you know, and you're earning good money on streaming, it's kind of paying for itself, right? It's no different to having any other piece of equipment. Like, it's a thing that makes me laugh sometimes. And I'm in that thing, like, because I love buying stupid stuff for streaming. And it's not even like, I'm not out here making big dollars off streaming, right? But like, streamers will be like, well, I need that camera because it's better quality, and I do need that light setup, and I kind of need the RGB, and yeah, I've got to get the extra monitor. Probably do need the newest graphics card. AC, fuck that. I'll just sweat. Yeah, game changer, man. I say to anybody in the UK, if you're a streamer, or even if you work from home, right, changes the game. Just, oh shit, what's this? Oh fuck, I remember this from CC. They take damage on them, don't they?
No one can see me.
Oh, what have I got Reed on my team? Didn't even notice. I don't even know why I got Reed on the squad, man. Oh shit, that does some damage on him. Fuck.
Do we have time to go over combat techniques again?
Okay, I'm gonna have to do a bit of redeploying here, right? This motherfucker.
時のザクロちゃんの追加えろ。少しチクッとするかもしれない。
Oh, I'm getting clapped by that there. I was hoping it might move on quicker. Okay. That was a bad place to put Ines. Really. Kind of doing fuck all. If I'm honest. She's still gonna get clipped by that though.
Back in one piece. I win.
I love her voice lines. I just can't get over him. The fucking goated man.
I got this. Focus elsewhere.
No lives are mine to protect.
No one knows. Follow me into the shadow.
My idol image? Who gives a crap about that right now? I'm prepared to fight.
There's a few boys coming.
Where do you wish I am double?
Spam! Okay. Oh. CC with the 6 song, one of the best ones in my opinion. Yeah, I remember that thing rattling me. In a CC. 3 hours later. No sign of the Sarkaz troops. The lifeboat is a big target, and we would have left an even bigger trail behind us as we fell. I'm afraid they'll catch up to us sooner or later. Closure, can you confirm our position? I can only really get an approximate orientation with these maps I've got on hand. Damn it, still no response. Ever since the skeleton crashed, all our comms went down with it. Our drones can't fly too far either. I've never seen this much interference before. Wait, I think a drone just found something. Over there. Would it be? What do it be? The determined look on Klaus's face right now. Pixie's idle image. Who gives a crap about that now? What's up, Billy Bob? I love that fucking line. I love all their voice lines, actually. They're so good. What's this? A voice recorder? Makes sense. I guess, on a battlefield like this is the next best way to relay intel. Short of just shouting. That's a Duke of Caster's crest. Let me have a look. I'm short on time, so I'll make it brief. The Stone of the Sword has arrived at Silver Rock Bluffs. The Sarkaz and their tricks are worse than we thought here at the front line. My advice is to head to the battle from the southwest. Bring the sword. I have honoured my vow, so the rest is up to you, Your Highness. You're talking about the size of kings. No change, no improvement. You can tell your new pal that if it doesn't get back on its ass soon, I'm going to break whatever bones it's got left, one by one. It's long dead, not like it can feel pain. Why not pick something more meaningful to vent about? Skeleton's voice was already ebbing. After the crash, it had stopped responding altogether. The nerve bundles are withering. We've tried everything we can think of. Lubricant supplements, even some crazy witchcraft I've never heard of before. My verdict is, right now, nothing more than a colossal unbreakable skeleton. Can't be dead, can he? I mean, it's already a dead pheromone. You're telling me it can die again? Hey, Inez, pass me that mine over there. The one wedged between the bones. Glad you asked, nearly stepped on it. And also, what kind of psychotic idea you have this time? Oh, just following your suggestion. gonna go find a proper target to blow up. Isn't that old friend of yours supposed to be the skeleton whisperer or something? I'm sure she's still got an unbroken rib or two, so she'll be able to talk. Maybe. Well, she would if she knows what's good for her. Ursula, she does know plenty of the Ferryman's secrets. And if it's clear she hasn't told us everything. But I have a feeling that she won't be able to help with this particular problem. Right. The source of our troubles is what's hidden in those dark red clouds above our heads. That's exactly it. Ah, the all-knowing Calcit. Let me guess, you've got even more bad news for us. Regular catastrophes have no effect on pheromones, even if it happens to be one that has been dead for several centuries. The tunnels that it travels in can even drill through time. So how is it that a storm can seal them off? What's happening here is beyond the scope of a mere catastrophe. As we were falling, I had a vague feeling that the enormous ancient sentience remaining in these bones had gone somewhere I could not touch. Oh, so we just bailed out. I was just like, deuces! Did they snatch it from me? Died its true death? Our connection with it has been severed. It might only be temporary, but if it takes too long, we might lose control over it for good. Your deduction is correct. Upon his inspection, Logos confirmed that the Sarkas witchcraft cast upon this skeleton is being disrupted by a massive source of energy. It seems the vampire's ritual was completed. The Confessarius Shisatushtash is aiding Theresis and has achieved what the Sarkas could not for millennia. Amnanam, an ancient wound that refuses to heal. The cunibula of suffering. Mind skipping to the part we can actually understand? I don't have all day. It was the first curse, just as it was the first originium. Isn't that just a legend? You know, the made-up kind in the storybooks that Hodera loves to read. Legends are a shadow of reality, despite all the untruths and half-lies painted over them. To say nothing of the fact that this is a Sarkas legend, a Tikaz legend. Sounds to me like Theresis is cooking up some real serious beat shit to hang over Victoria. I fear that this, too, is the reason he chose Londinium as his base of operations. The Shard's ability to influence catastrophes and Originium is already sufficient for it to become the Ananaman's beacon. Across all of Terra, as it is now, this is the one place that it can descend. I'm struggling to read here, guys. Well, out with it then. How do we wreck the thing? At Terra's current level of technology, there is nothing we can do. The only good news is that it has not yet fully descended. Have you figured something out, Logos? The drop of blood that the vampire possesses, the one he calls the blood of Tikaz, it is still fulfilling its duty. The reason why Amnanam is able to leap across millennia and descend once more is because of his prayer. The blood's master has fallen, but the connecting veins hold steady. If we are to prevent the re-emergence of Amnanam on this land, we must break the vampire's curse, quelling the hatred that resides in this drop of blood. I think I can give it a try. I was blighted in battle with the vampire, and its influence on me has not yet waned. By virtue of this, I am able to sense where the blood of Tikaz is. It is at the rear of the Naxera army. It will likely be protected in Confessarius altar and heavily guarded. The amount of time required to break through the entire Naxera defensive line will be too much. We could cross the Red Mane Mountains bypassing most of the war zone. Taking that route carries a similar risk to storming the battlefield. Our observation reports indicate that the Red Mane Mountains have been completely transformed by Amnaman's influence. They are now blanketed in active Originium. I need not remind you of its extreme danger. But it might be possible. Shining has gone ahead to seek out Shisatushtaj, and if things go well for her, she'll be able to come to our aid. I support the doctor's decision. It's the plan that saves us the most time. If we keep delaying until Amnaman, Dr. Calcit completes its ascent and is used by Theresis as a weapon, then we will have lost any chance we might have to turn the tide. Even if there are risks, we must forge ahead. I'm interested to see when we actually meet up what's bro gonna think. Like, motherfucker, we had a deal, bro. I'll need your help, W. You need some hands to guard this pile of bones, right, Bunny? Right. This skeleton is crucial to our next operation. Besides, Hodera needs it too. There's no doubt that the military commission has been watching us ever since we crashed. The way I see it, it makes no sense to hand back something we fought so hard to steal in the first place. Give me a time frame. The time is now 1800. 3 days. The surrounding terrain has been completely transformed. We will need to pass through a wasteland filled with unknown dangers. Given also the fact that the battles will be inevitable in our journey, I estimate at least 3 days to handle the blood of Tikaz. An immobile skeleton makes for an extremely conspicuous objective. Guarding this site will not necessarily be easier than the raid you carried out on it. I propose that Ascalon stay behind and help protect the lifebone. But my job is to stay by your side and keep you safe, Doctor. During the Sanguine Archer's attack, it was my error that led to your injury. A dangerous mistake I do not intend on repeating. The lifebone is vital, and Manfred is likely to order an assault. You understand him well. I agree. The Sarkas will be reliant on their commander personally overseeing the battle and making decisions. If you are able to stem Manfred's advance, then that might relieve pressure on the mercenaries. I will respect your decision. What about the gang of useless Victorians? Are they going with you? Yo. Come on there, W. Hold them on the disrespect. We will head to the front lines at Silver Rock Bluffs. Wait, are you saying you want to lead just a couple thousand men? Some of whom are civilians who bravely held a weapon straight into battle with the Naxxera army? You have your legend, Sarkaz, and we have ours. We have the size of kings, the blade that can cleave catastrophe in twain. Since the Sarkas have controlled the storm, and it's time that this sword plays its part. Is it going to actually do some shit now? You've been contacted by the Duke of Castor. An invitation, to be precise. It is we surmise, since the Sarkas started their strange doings, the Victorians, or rather, the Ducal alliances, have been heavily hit. Castor, no, any Grand Duke ought to have figured out exactly what kind of circumstances Victoria has found herself in. We've all seen those altars spewing that red light, or any light for that matter. As it stands, Londinium and all the battlefield surrounding it have become a giant art circle. This is how the Sarkas fight. Not like Lethenian, not like Ursus, not like any other nation's tactics that we are familiar with. The Trilby Ashes will have told Castor that all the intelligence they have gathered so far is useless when it comes to Sarkas tactics. The size of kings. No longer will this piece of steel I hold in my hand be merely a leverage to get Castor back to the negotiation table. It will turn the tide of war, bringing true change to the battlefield. None of us knows when the next catastrophe will strike. I don't know what form Castor's stone of the sword will take, but no matter if it's a square room on wheels or an odd contraption on an officer's back, I'll find it. If we can quiet these storms, then I dare say that the battle will become somewhat more evenly matched. From Sufuria Chasm to the front line at Silver Rock Bluffs, it will take you 2 days, even if you follow the road that the Dukes have cleared from the westbound forest to Gibsonham. The Duke of Castor will be more than happy to snatch away the Sigh of Kings if afforded the opportunity. It will allow her to lead the Dukes in this difficult war and move her one step closer to the throne. And she will not be the only one attempting to do so. I am aware the Duke of Windermere has died in combat, and her troops have retreated from the battle. If any other Duke withdraws their forces, the scales of war will be tipped even more against us. The war will drag on, Londinium's restoration will be delayed, and more blood will be shed. For Sarkaz and Victoria alike, this is the battle that will determine our ultimate fate. And as for us, we are the exemplars. Wherever a miracle is needed, the most is where we will be. Besides, if this sword really can calm storms, as the legends say, I dare say it would help speed along your journey to Londinium after all this. Closure. Hey, do you know what I was doing with my preparations? To keep things short, your ever-reliable chief engineer, Closure, and a team have come up with 7 different plans to get around the comms interference. This equipment of mine has also started analysing that super catastrophe's trends and impacts. Iridium-triggered reactions always leave a trail, no matter how intense they are. Things like dust concentration, activity index, and then there's spread conditions. Well, I'm sorry to say that all these metrics are pretty high, as expected, so we can't tell what's going to happen in the most dangerous regions, but we can deduce which parts of the battlefield are safer, relatively. That is, of course, if we can go deeper into the heart of this battle and obtain more data. Misery's agreed to be our bodyguard, but since you guys are already heading over to where there's most action going on, I figured we might as well tag along. So, could we trouble the exemplars to look after us? Gladly. We are duty-bound. Making sure that things don't get any worse is Rhodes Island's mission, right, Kelsey? Thank you, Closure. Doctor. Could I go with Siege and Closure? I prefer to stay with the skeleton. Let's both go with Amia. Our path might be the most dangerous one of all. But I'll keep you safe, Doctor. Just like always. I know you fear for the safety of each and every operator, which makes you hesitant to choose. But the truth is that I need you to come with me. So we can go behind enemy lines together. There is no changing what we will face during our final confrontation. Originium has shaped the history of the Sarkaz, just as it will shape the futures of us all. Perhaps you still have misgivings about why Rhodes Island must intervene in this war. I did not have the opportunity to explain in the past, and nor could I give you a precise answer. I'm curious to see with Calcic, like, where's she at with, like, and does she know exactly? I'm so interested. I need to learn more. I have never doubted that the dark clouds above the shard concealed some dreadful unknown. Yet when it has revealed itself as it is now, I still find myself confronted by mixed emotions. I'm not one to explore the subject of fate, especially not yours or mine. But now fate has reared its head, and it's coming our way. You don't sound like your usual self. Originium's effects are far beyond any of our comprehension. Our? Even yours? Of course. Dr. Pixtree, I hope... No. I believe that you are still the one who can change everything. I've never had any doubts either. Doctor, I think you should get going now. Alright. Not gonna ask me for 21 gun salute? Take care, W. Look, little bunny. I'm not like the sheep over here there. I'm real hard to kill. The exemplars are ready. Glad to hear it, Siege. Remember, everyone, time is of the essence. Every minute, every second on this battlefield, there will be people who are suffering because of Originium. Our mission is clearer than ever. Stop the spreading of Originium. Stop Amnanum. Both are the same thing though, right? Right. And then we plunge into the darkest depths of the fog. To Londinium. We'll bomb that tower and grab Terra's biggest bastard out of the rubble. We'll stop the disaster before us, and any more yet to come. Damn! Okay, shit's hotting up, man. Shit's hotting up. These are long nodes, aren't they? Our tutorial node. Originium pollution continuously deals true damage to units on it and greatly reduces their SP recovery. Active Originium storm deals true damage to units in its area every second and greatly reduces their SP. Special environment, adaptive odds. Yeah, I remember this, man. In that CC that I played was a bitch. These might be longer than Lone Trail. Yeah, though. Like, decent lengths to them, right? Like, what, in an hour and 40 minutes? We got through 2 nodes. That's crazy. I don't feel so good. There's a lot of activated Originium here. That's because you're in an area contaminated by Originium pollution. These are common on the battlefields in the outskirts of Londinium. Operators deployed in them will take continuous damage and have reduced SP recovery. It is along the story of war, is it? Try to avoid them when deploying. Okay. What's that storm in the distance? It looks like it's heading towards us. That's an active Iridium storm conjured by enemy art. It has the same effect as... Oh, if I remember right, we use these like anchors to pull the storm, right? Active Iridium storm, why is it headed our way? Seems to be drawn to the withered altar. Storm expanded. Correct, it grows stronger when it absorbs the active Iridium in its path. Yeah. We're in real danger here. Instructor, how do we deal with this? Calm down. Jessica, we can deploy a new withered altar in another direction to draw it away from us. Once placed, we'll have to deploy an operator to activate it too. Leave this to me, Instructor Doberman. High-risk jobs are my specialty.
Doesn't matter to me. Holding a shield is tiring, pal.
Out of the way! Out of the way! Listen to the doctor!
Sure.
You have violated the fire regulation.
Okay, so what happens when it gets there? Will it start coming back for this one? Or does that just say the activated one now then? Because the one, that one was the longest AK story for the longest time. Now Babel is shorter. I chapter 8 to that length as well. What for this? Shit, bro. That is chunky. We're gonna have to dive into some streams for this, aren't we? We're past 5 already. I'm trying to think what we're doing for the rest of the week, because I do need to get Enfield 1.2 finished off. And I do want to do the Intervello for Limbus Company as well. We do the Intervello Wednesday. What if we do really want to get 1.2 done though. I was thinking about doing that tomorrow. I was thinking if we do that this tomorrow. We set Thursday and Friday aside for this. And we just just get straight into it. Because if this is a lengthy one, it's going to require like no yap streams, right? And just locking in. So I'm thinking if we dedicate Thursday and Friday, full day streaming. I will be back to the gym Thursday, so we won't be able to start super early, but I'm hopeful to get live for around about 11:30. Something like that. Require a lot of time and dedication, yeah. It's going to need us to lock in a bit, right? Yeah, because there's 2 days left on Honor of Kings. I'm going to do some Honor of Kings in a bit. So yeah, Honor of Kings ending on the 27th is perfect, actually, because I can then just concentrate on... Really, it's going to be locking in now. It's going to be locking in on... Yeah, I was part way into it, bloody. So I think I should be able to get that done pretty quick. It's more I want to get all the little bits and pieces done in Enfield now. So yeah, Enfield won't take too long at all. It's more that Honor of Kings now is done till either launch. I'm probably assuming launch. I don't know if we're going to get another test. I would imagine the game's just going to launch, right? So then, like, when's Enfield's patch? So, like, we finish off what we got to do in 1.2, maybe do some of the little missions and stuff. When is Enfield's patch now, guys? Because we could just lock into this and Limbus until Enfield drops, right? Until the patch drops. Because obviously, with CC and stuff, it's gonna cook me, right? So we're gonna have to put a bit of time into Enfield because I know I'm gonna get baked. In about 10 days. Okay, and that gives us a bit of time then, doesn't it? If we really focus on Limbus and this for the next week, you know, do some Honor of Kings in a bit, Maybe do some Enfield tomorrow. Limbus Wednesday. This Thursday and Friday. Sort out what we're doing over the weekend. Maybe even have some double dip days where we do some Arknights of the evening as well. So we do a stream in the day, take a break, come back, do like 2 hours of the evening as well. Babel is like 50-60% of chapter 14. Goes to 14:23. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need to lock in then. So I'm already we're at that point in the game now where everything's incredibly intriguing to me, right? Alright, let's do that then. I'm gonna go and have to get something to eat though, boys. I'm gonna go get something to eat, man. I'll be back live in a little bit though. Probably won't be too long, like an hour and a half roundabout. I'll be back live. I'm gonna play some Honor of Kings. If you want to come hang out, it's a good game, man. It's a good game, but I want to experience a little bit more before the beta ends or the alpha ends, and then yeah, probably Enfield tomorrow. But if not, I just need to get Enfield finished, and then I think Limbus Wednesday. I think that's how we do it. CC comes out 2 weeks after the 1.3 release. I just want to get locked into 1.3. I'm actually looking forward to the patch. Bro's gonna get cooked like all the poor bastards there, AC. Just drop Enfield and play chapter 14 easy. I could never buckle. Anyway, lads, I'll see you in a little bit, alright? I'll be in the Discord anyway, because Rosie's made me some cobs, because she's gone out for food with her mum and dad today, so she might be back actually, I don't even know. She ain't said nothing. But yeah, guys, I'll see you in like an hour or so, yeah? For some Honor of Kings if you want to come hang out. If not, I'll catch you in tomorrow. Alright, guys, appreciate ya. Thank you very much for hanging out today. It's been a pleasure. I'll see you in a little bit, alright, guys? See you all.